Chapter 396. Yi Xian sat silently within the hall, and a golden stream of air radiated from his body. This continued for an unknown period of time before the golden stream of air suddenly surged into his body. In an instant, Yi Xian's skin turned golden like gold. Golden body. Invincible golden body. Yi Xian stood up and clenched his fists tightly. Crack. The hall around him collapsed. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet cracked layer by layer, and the cracks spread in all directions. Power. At that moment, Yi Xian felt like his entire body was filled with power, boundless power. At that moment, he was confident that he could fight the dragon from before. What a terrifying ability! Yi Xian was slightly amazed. Such an ability could be described as heaven-defying. After all, he was only at the void-piercing realm right now, but if he used the invincible golden body, any origin realm expert would be nothing before him. At this moment, a golden seal suddenly appeared in front of him. The Earth God Seal. Yi Xian said solemnly, "What's the use of this Earth God Seal?" Jian Zizai said indifferently, "It's even more useful than your invincible golden body. This seal contains the qi of the mountains and rivers, as well as the qi of the sun, moon, and stars gathered by the god kings. It's not just a type of qi, but it also contains the laws of the great ways of the god kings. If you activate it, the power will be enough to destroy the world." Yi Xian was slightly excited. "Really?" Jian Zizai continued, "However, with your current strength, the backlash from activating the Earth God Seal will be even more severe than the backlash from the pagoda of prison." Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "Why? Could it be that the Earth God Seal is even more terrifying than the pagoda of prison?" Jian Zizai said, "The Earth God Seal isn't bad, but it's naturally worlds apart from this pagoda. However, you have to understand that this pagoda recognizes you as its master. Although it's in a deep slumber, its instinctive consciousness won't harm you. However, the Earth God Seal is different. It hasn't recognized you as its master, so if you forcefully activate it, it's equivalent to dying with it." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Just as he had expected, a treasure of this level wasn't something he could control right now. Just like the World Prison Pagoda, using this was equivalent to perishing together with the enemy. At this time, Jian Zizai said, "Although you can't use this item for the time being, it has two other effects. These two effects are of great benefit to you right now. One of them is the evil suppressing seal, which can suppress all evils. This seal contains draconic energy, and it's the draconic energy of a divine emperor. It's the nemesis of ordinary evil beings." Yi Xian quickly asked, "What's the second function?" Jian Zizai said, "The dragon qi in this seal is a great deterrent to ordinary demonic beasts, especially in your star domain. Among the demonic beasts in this star domain, giant dragons are already the top demonic beasts. Therefore, your dragon qi is almost unstoppable in this star domain. However, there are some special ones that don't fear your dragon qi." Yi Xian nodded. "It's already very good." For him, it was already very satisfying. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression changed. His body suddenly trembled violently. Soon, a flow of air spread out from his body, and not long after, his whole body fell straight down. Soft. At this moment, he had no strength in his body at all. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Yi Xian was shocked. "This is," Jian Zizai said, "the side effect of the invincible golden body. No, it should be said that your strength is too low, and you can't perfectly control this divine power. If you use this divine power now, you can at most maintain it for an hour. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. After an hour, you will be like you are now." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This divine power couldn't be used carelessly. About an hour later, Yi Xian's body had completely recovered. He left the hall, and as soon as he left this world, he received a voice transmission from Xiao Gu. In the starry sky, Yi Xian put away the voice transmission stone. His expression was frighteningly cold. The next moment, he boarded the nebula warship and disappeared into the boundless starry sky. Dao Yi City. A storm was brewing in Dao Yi City. For so many years, no one had dared to provoke Dao Yi Academy. But now, there was. The Dugu family. This was a great family from the Qian domain. The people of Dao Yi City didn't know much about this family, but they knew one thing about Dao Yi: this family came from the Qian domain. That was enough. For a moment, everyone in Dao Yi City felt insecure. Many people had even quietly left Dao Yi City. Dao Yi Academy had also recalled its experts. The entire Dao Yi Academy was on high alert. Outside Dao Yi City, Duguyu stood quietly. Behind him were 3 black-clothed men. The 3 of them were like shadows, incomparably ghostly. At noon, Duguyu suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Dao Yi City. Time's up. As Duguyu's voice fell, 26 people suddenly appeared behind Duguyu. These 26 people were all wearing black armor and wielding long blades. All 26 of them were Origin Realm experts. In addition, there were 2 white-robed elders standing 1,000 feet behind these 26 people. The 2 elders had no aura at all, and their realms were unknown. Outside the city, Duguyu glanced at Dao Yi City. This is your last chance. Will Dao Yi Academy hand over Yi Xian? At this moment, the great elder appeared on top of the city wall. At this moment, his limbs were still missing. Although it was a simple matter for an expert like him to regrow limbs, it still depended on what caused it. Clearly, the 4 shadows had some special methods, so the Grand Elder wasn't able to regrow his limbs. On the city wall, the Grand Elder coldly stared at Duguyu. Dugu family, I've already said that Yi Xian isn't in my Dao Yi Academy. Duguyu said indifferently, kill. With that, the 3 shadows behind him were about to attack. But at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared on the city wall. Seeing this old man, the Grand Elder and the others on the city wall immediately let out a sigh of relief. Dean. The person in front of them was the Dean of Dao Yi Academy, Mu Qingming. And beside Mu Qingming stood a little girl, Yi Ling. The current Yi Ling was already in the Origin Realm. Yi Ling quietly stood beside Mu Qingming. Seeing Mu Qingming, Duguyu's eyes slightly narrowed. I think you should be the Dean of Dao Yi Academy. Mu Qingming glanced at Duguyu and the others. My Dao Yi Academy doesn't seem to have any grudges with the Dugu family. Duguyu said indifferently, there are no grudges. This time, I only came for 2 people, Yi Xian and Yi Ling. If Dao Yi Academy hand over these 2 people, we will immediately leave. Beside Mu Qingming, Yi Ling looked at Duguyu, but she didn't say anything. Mu Qingming chuckled. The Dugu family is a big family in Heaven Domain, but my Dao Yi Academy isn't a place that people can casually bully. Duguyu was expressionless. It seems that Dao Yi Academy is preparing to fight to the death with my Dugu family. Mu Qingming was about to speak, but at this time, Duguyu's expression changed. This chapter is not finished, please flip the page. In the next moment, the 2 old men who were 100 zhang away suddenly walked out and directly arrived in front of Mu Qingming. Seeing these 2 people, Mu Qingming's complexion immediately changed. Supreme Realm. These 2 people were both at the Supreme Realm. At this moment, Mu Qingming knew that the Dugu family wasn't joking. For the sake of Yi Xian and Yi Ling, the Dugu family didn't hesitate to start a war with the Dao Yi Academy. Thinking of this, Mu Qingming's complexion sank. Below, Duguyu said, Dean Mu, my Dugu family knows that your Dao Yi Academy still has some trump cards. For example, your Dao Yi Academy's ancestor, Dao Yi, left behind a strand of divine soul. Saying this, he smiled faintly. Dean Mu, you can summon this strand of divine soul and see if it can stop my Dugu family. On the city wall, Mu Qingming said in a deep voice, "Are these two siblings really that important to your Dugu family?" Dugu said faintly, "This has nothing to do with Dean Mu. Now, Dean Mu can declare his position. If you want to fight, then fight immediately. If you want peace, then ask Dean Mu to hand over Yi Xian and Yi Ling." On the city wall, Mu Qingming looked at the two old men in front of him. Both of them were at the supreme realm. He was confident that he could defeat one of them, but if the two of them joined hands, he would be restrained. At that time, the Dao Yi Academy would be in great danger. If the Dao Yi Academy lost, there would be no Dao Yi Academy in this world. If the Dao Yi Academy won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, there would also be no Dao Yi Academy in this world. Because the Pyrrhic victory of the Dao Yi Academy would be greatly reduced in strength. At that time, even if the Dugu family didn't make a move, the forces of the Northern Territory would still devour the Dao Yi Academy. This was a battle that couldn't be won. Thinking of this, Mu Qingming slowly closed his eyes. The scene immediately quieted down. And at this time, Yi Ling, who was not far away, suddenly said in a soft voice, "Master will hand me over to them, right?" Mu Qingming looked at Yi Ling. Yi Ling grinned, "I won't blame Master." Mu Qingming asked, "Why?" Yi Ling said in a soft voice, "Big brother told me that a person can't be too selfish and can only think of himself. The academy doesn't owe us siblings anything, and Master also doesn't owe me anything. Moreover, they are targeting me and Big brother. In the end, it was me and Big brother who implicated the academy. This is the matter of us siblings." After saying that, she turned around and looked at Dugu. "I'll go back with you. Let go of my big brother, okay?" Dugu glanced at Yi Ling and said indifferently, "Take him away." In an instant, four black chains directly locked Yi Ling. On the city wall, Mu Qingming wanted to make a move, but the two old men in front of him had already locked their auras on him. Mu Qingming's complexion was somewhat unsightly. He hesitated again and again, but in the end, he didn't make a move. As for Yi Ling, she slightly lowered her head. No one knew what she was thinking. Below, an old man beside Dugu said, "Kill her?" Dugu shook his head, "Bring her back and imprison her together with her mother. I believe that if that woman sees her, her expression will definitely be very marvelous. Moreover, with this girl here, that Yi Xian will definitely appear." The old man slightly nodded. Soon, a shadow took Yi Ling and disappeared from the top of the city wall. And on the city wall, a small wooden person quietly fell down. This wooden person was exactly the same as Yi Xian. P.S. Yesterday, I received a piece of news. One of my peers, who was also writing, suddenly died. This isn't a joke. This profession often stays up late, lives are irregular, and it is especially easy for the body to have problems. Every profession is not easy. Let's all work hard together. End of this chapter. Chapter 397. On the city wall, Mu Qingming was silent. He really liked Yi Ling and had always been training her as the next dean of Dao Yi Academy. It would be a lie to say that he had no feelings for her. However, he had no choice. Dao Yi Academy was inferior to Dugu family. This was a fact. Moreover, Dao Yi Academy did not only have Yi Ling. As the dean, he had to consider more students. Thus, he could not make a move. If he made a move, Dao Yi Academy would be consigned to eternal damnation. Just like this, Yi Ling was taken away by the experts of Dugu family. Below, the great elder wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he did not say anything. Thinking from another perspective, he knew that Mu Qingming could not make a move. Although this was a disgrace to Dao Yi Academy. Nothing could be done because the other party was strong. Their strength was inferior, so there was nothing they could do. Outside the city, Duguyu coldly looked at Mu Qingming and the others, Dean Mu, that Yi Xian. At this moment, a sword cry resounded from the horizon. Everyone turned to look and saw a sword light flying over from the horizon. Soon, the sword light landed in front of the gate of Dao Yi City. The sword light dispersed, revealing Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at Mu Qingming beside the great elder. "Are you the dean?" Mu Qingming sized up Yi Xian and nodded. Yi Xian was delighted and quickly asked, "Dean Mu, where is my little sister?" Little sister. After parting from Azure World, he had not seen Yi Ling for a long time. He missed her very much. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Mu Qingming turned silent. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. "Dean, did something happen?" Next to Mu Qingming, the great elder sighed. Yi Ling was taken away by Dugu family. Taken away. Down below, Yi Xian was stunned. In the next moment, he roared furiously, "How could you let her be taken away?" On the city wall, an old man from the Dao Yi Academy said coldly, "If we don't let her be taken away, are we supposed to keep her company?" "I." Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly rose from the ground, and then the old man who spoke was blasted away. This flight covered a distance of several thousand feet. When it stopped, the old man's body exploded. Seeing this, the faces of the Dao Yi Academy experts fell. On the city wall, Mu Qingming looked at Yi Xian in shock. He knew a thing or two about Yi Xian. He knew that Yi Xian was very talented, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to be so strong. Yi Xian's expression was ferocious as he roared, "Dao Yi Academy doesn't want to implicate Dao Yi Academy because of her. This father fucking understands, but why did you hand her over to Dugu family? Why? If you can't protect her, then say so earlier. I, Yi Xian, will protect her myself." Mu Qingming said in a deep voice, "This matter is very important." Old man, in the distance, Yi Xian laughed at himself, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have handed my little sister over to anyone. I should have taken care of her myself." After saying that, he turned to look at Duguyu. Duguyu coldly stared at Yi Xian. "Will you go back with me, or should I bring your head back?" Yi Xian's expression was ferocious. "I, Yi Xian, swear on my soul to the heavens that I will destroy Dugu family with all my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Chi! A tearing sound echoed in the battlefield. When Yi Xian reappeared, he was already in front of Duguyu. In the next moment, a sword light slashed towards Duguyu. Life and death decided by unsheathing sword. After his body was tempered by the dragon blood, this life and death decided by unsheathing sword had undergone a qualitative change. The power of life and death decided by unsheathing sword had undergone a qualitative change. As the sword fell, the space around Duguyu cracked into a web. Under this sword, Duguyu's expression changed. He was terrified. He didn't expect Yi Xian's sword to be so terrifying. Not only did Duguyu not expect it, but everyone else also didn't expect it. Everyone was stunned by this strike. Duguyu brought his hands together before Yi Xian, and a golden energy swept out from his hands. In an instant, Yi Xian's sword strike was engulfed. A moment of silence. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the golden energy instantly shattered, and a figure was sent flying. This figure was Duguyu. As he flew, Duguyu's body started to crack inch by inch. When he stopped, only his soul remained. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they saw this scene. After all, Duguyu was a peak origin realm expert. However, Yi Xian had shattered his body with just a single sword strike. Even Duguyu himself was stunned. One sword strike. He didn't expect that he couldn't even take a single sword strike from Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he was. Duguyu, who was already a soul, had a change of expression as he retreated rapidly. Yi Xian was even faster, and he arrived before Duguyu again. However, with a flash of a black shadow, he returned to his original spot. In front of Duguyu stood an old man. A supreme realm. The old man stared at Yi Xian. A great sword immortal, and his battle prowess far surpasses ordinary great sword immortals. Nearby, Duguyu roared angrily, "Kill him! Kill him!" At this moment, his respect for Yi Xian turned into fear. A deep fear. Yi Xian was too monstrous. Even the Dugu family didn't dare to let such a monster continue to grow. In front of Yi Xian, the old man's eyes gradually turned cold. Clearly, the talent and battle prowess that Yi Xian displayed made him feel fear. Right now, he wasn't afraid of Yi Xian at all. However, Yi Xian was still young. Too young. The old man raised his right hand, and a black chain quietly condensed in his hand. In the next moment, this black chain pierced through space and shot towards Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian didn't retreat, but advanced instead. He took a step forward, drew his sword, and slashed. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Yi Xian retreated rapidly, and the black chain firmly blocked Yi Xian's sword. At the same time, a wave of black energy continuously corroded towards Yi Xian. "Be careful, it's the aura of death." At this moment, the voice of the god on the second floor rang in Yi Xian's mind. The aura of death. Yi Xian hurriedly mobilized the Qi of Chaos. With the appearance of the Qi of Chaos, the black aura of death instantly disappeared without a trace. Yi Xian stopped. In the distance, the old man stared at him. "You can actually block my aura of death." Yi Xian didn't reply. He leaped up and charged towards the old man again. Fighting the Supreme Realm. Seeing this scene, the old man's face turned cold. "Old man, let's see how monstrous you are." As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly stomped his right foot. Boom! The entire sky shook violently, and countless spatial forces crushed towards Yi Xian like a tidal wave. In the surroundings, no one could see where Yi Xian was, because the space where Yi Xian was already distorted. Sensing the surrounding spatial forces, Yi Xian was shocked. He didn't dare to be careless, and he hurriedly took out the Space Dao Law. In the next moment, he stomped his right foot. He stomped his foot. Break! As soon as he spoke, the Space Dao Law between his eyebrows trembled slightly. In the next moment, the surrounding spatial forces instantly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the entire sky returned to normal. Seeing this, the old man in front of Yi Xian narrowed his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, a sword light slashed down from the old man's head. This sword was extremely fast. In front of Yi Xian, the old man smiled coldly and waved his sleeve. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yi Xian was sent flying hundreds of feet away. The old man didn't attack again. He stared at Yi Xian. "How did you do it?" He was still extremely shocked that Yi Xian had easily broken his spatial forces. It should be known that although void-piercing realm powerhouses could control the power of space, this control was not at the same level as the power of space he had just displayed. However, Yi Xian had easily broken his spatial forces. It was not normal. In the distance, Yi Xian was silent. With his current strength, under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be able to beat a Supreme Realm expert. The strength of the person in front of him was not much weaker than the Lord of the Realm Defense Alliance. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't beat him. However, even if he couldn't beat him, he had to fight. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Second floor god, can you help me? Please." Now, he didn't want to waste time here because his sister had fallen into the hands of others. He had to quickly get rid of the people here. After a moment of silence, the second-floor god said, "Yes. However, I will only make a move this time. My vitality has not completely recovered, so I can't attack too much." Hearing this, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Thank you." As he spoke, he looked up at Du Guyu below. In the next moment, he turned into a sword light and rushed towards Du Guyu. Not far away, Du Guyu's expression changed drastically. He retreated rapidly, and the old man was about to attack. At this moment, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of the old man. Second-floor god. Seeing the second-floor god, the old man was stunned, and then said, "Who are you?" At this moment, the second-floor god waved his right claw. Boom! The old man was directly sent flying hundreds of meters away. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Below, Yi Xian had already appeared in front of Du Guyu. Du Guyu, who was already in soul form, could be said to be unable to fight back in front of Yi Xian. Qi! Under the gazes of countless people, Yi Xian's sword pierced through Du Guyu's soul. In the next moment, Du Guyu's soul started to gradually turn illusory. Du Guyu stared fixedly at Yi Xian and roared like a wild beast, "Yi Xian, you'll be accompanying the old man soon." "You?" Yi Xian laughed savagely, "Accompany you? Don't worry, you won't be lonely. I'll make everyone in the Du Gu family accompany you." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed diagonally. Qi! Du Guyu's soul instantly vanished without a trace. After he killed Du Guyu, Yi Xian turned to look at the 20 people in the distance. In the next moment, he charged towards them. Kill! The 20 people charged towards Yi Xian as well. On the city wall, an old man by Mu Qingming's side said in a low voice, "He must be stopped. If he kills these people, then the Du Gu family will definitely vent their anger on our Dao Yi Academy." Mu Qingming glanced at the distant Yi Xian, and he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Stop." Chapter 398. Stop? Not far away, Yi Xian stopped and turned his head to look at Mu Qingming. The latter said gravely, "Yi Xian, doing this is tantamount to cutting off the path between yourself and the Dugu family." Yi Xian sneered, "Dean Mu, do you think that the Dugu family will let me off? Will they?" Mu Qingming said, "Yi Xian, if you kill them here, the Dugu family will be furious, and it will bring a calamity to Dao Yi City." Yi Xian's smile grew increasingly savage. "Then according to Dean Mu, what should I do? Surrender?" Mu Qingming was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Dean Mu, this is a matter between me and the Dugu family. Since you can't make them stop, you'd better shut up." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and charged towards the group of experts from the Dugu clan. Seeing this scene, Mu Qingming's expression sank, but in the end, he didn't say anything. At this moment, he realized that the Dao Yi Academy couldn't afford to offend the Dugu family, but this Yi Xian didn't seem to be simple either. This was because the second-floor god had single-handedly blocked 2 Supreme Realm powerhouses. In the distance, Yi Xian fought against over 20 Origin Realm experts all by himself. Right from the beginning, Yi Xian was at an absolute disadvantage. However, before long, the Origin Realm experts became rather surprised. Because they noticed that Yi Xian's body was too formidable. It was so strong that it could resist their strength. Aside from that, Yi Xian's sword was extremely terrifying. None of the Origin Realm experts could withstand a single strike from Yi Xian. Killing intent surged in Yi Xian's heart when he thought about how Yi Ling's fate was unknown. A sword box suddenly appeared behind him, and in the next moment, a sword flew out. In the blink of an eye, an Origin Realm expert several dozen meters to his right was beheaded. Saint rank flying sword. The expressions of the experts from the Dugu clan changed drastically when they saw this. Yi Xian was holding a saint-rank flying sword, and it wasn't an ordinary one. And now, Yi Xian had another one. Since when were saint rankers so common? Very soon, the Origin Realm experts died one by one, until only 12 remained. Yi Xian had slain 8 of them. As for the 2 supreme experts, they were still being held back by the second-floor guru. The second-floor guru was fighting 1 against 2 and was not at a disadvantage at all. On the city wall, Yi Xian, who was not far from Mu Qingming and the others, had an incomparably grave expression. They had never thought that Yi Xian would actually be able to fend off over 20 Origin Realm experts all by himself. After all, Yi Xian was only at the void-piercing realm right now. A monster. Far too much of a monster. The Grand Elder beside Mu Qingming growled, "It's a pity that our Dao Yi Academy can't protect the 2 of them. Otherwise, our Dao Yi Academy will definitely be able to return to its former glory with the 2 of them." Mu Qingming said softly, "It's a pity that our Dao Yi Academy can't keep them." The Grand Elder nodded. He admired Yi Xian as well. However, it seemed like Yi Xian was facing far too many problems right now. These problems would bring disaster to the Dao Yi Academy. At this moment, a miserable shriek suddenly rang out in the distance. Everyone looked over and saw that there were only 3 Origin Realm experts left before Yi Xian. Beside Yi Xian was a pile of corpses. The 3 remaining Origin Realm experts did not choose to continue fighting. Instead, they chose to flee. This was because they knew very well that continuing to fight would only be sending them to their deaths. However, Yi Xian did not choose to let them go. Instead, he chased after them. Around 15 minutes later, Yi Xian returned to the city walls. His sword was still bleeding. "Kill them all." In the air, the second-floor goddess suddenly stopped. She retreated to Yi Xian's side. The 2 old men did not dare to continue fighting either. They were extremely fearful of the second-floor goddess. One of the old men glanced at the second-floor goddess deeply before looking down. When he saw the corpses on the ground, his face immediately sank. In the end, he looked at Yi Xian, "How dare you kill the people of my Dugu family?" Below, Yi Xian raised his head to look at the old man. He grinned. His smile was rather insane. "Kill the people of your Dugu family? This is only the beginning. I'll kill everyone in your Dugu family." The old man's expression became rather vicious. "Just you?" With that, he was about to attack, but at this moment, the second-floor goddess suddenly said, "Scram." Hearing the second-floor goddess's words, the old man's expression immediately became rather ugly. He glanced at the second-floor goddess, but in the end, he chose not to attack. Because he was not confident. Moreover, he could feel that from the beginning until now, this mysterious beast before him had not used its full strength. The other party was still hiding its strength. After a moment of silence, the old man glanced coldly at Yi Xian below. "The old man will wait for you at the Dugu family. If you don't come in 3 days, my Dugu family will make your mother and sister suffer a fate worse than death." With that, he and the other old man directly turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Next to Yi Xian, the second-floor goddess glanced at Yi Xian before disappearing on the spot. With a wave of his right hand, Yi Xian collected the storage rings of the corpses on the ground. He then turned around and left. At this moment, the first elder suddenly said, "Yi Xian." Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. The first elder solemnly asked, "Where are you going?" Yi Xian indifferently replied, "Where do you think I will go, first elder?" The first elder solemnly said, "Yi Xian, the Dugu family is not ordinary. You must not be impulsive." Yi Xian said nothing and quickly disappeared into the distance. The first elder softly sighed. What happened in Dao Yi City quickly spread throughout the northern region, and so did the two words Yi Xian. One person killed over 20 Origin Realm cultivators. Moreover, Yi Xian was only at the void-piercing realm. The departure of Yi Xian and his sister was a great blow to the reputation of the Dao Yi Academy. Everyone knew that the Dao Yi Academy had abandoned Yi Xian and his sister out of fear of the Dugu family from the Heaven region. In the past, countless young geniuses of the northern region wanted to become students of the Dao Yi Academy, but now, many people no longer thought so. What was the point of joining an academy that couldn't even protect its students? When the Dao Yi Academy learned of this negative impact, Mu Qingming and the others' expressions became extremely unsightly. They considered the consequences of protecting Yi Xian and his sister, but they didn't consider the consequences of abandoning Yi Xian and his sister to the Dao Yi Academy. However, Mu Qingming didn't regret his decision. Because if they protected Yi Xian, they would not only lose their reputation, but also the entire Dao Yi Academy. If they lost their reputation, they could slowly earn it back, but if the Dao Yi Academy was gone, what was the point of having a good reputation? Outside the Dao Yi city, a woman walked over. When she arrived in front of the city gate, she glanced at the Dao Yi city. At this time, she stopped and listened attentively. Beside the city gate, there were people talking. After a while, the woman softly said, "So you have already left the Dao Yi Academy. It seems that this queen doesn't need to go to the Dao Yi Academy." After saying that, she turned around and left. Not long after the woman left, another woman came to the Dao Yi city. This woman wore a white dress and didn't have a speck of dust on her. At this time, the dean of the Dao Yi Academy, Mu Qingming, suddenly appeared in front of the city gate. Looking at the woman in front of him, Mu Qingming said in surprise, "Little one, why did you come back at this time?" The woman in front of him was Anlanxiu. Anlanxiu looked at Mu Qingming. Did the dean abandon the siblings? Mu Qingming solemnly said, "I have no other choice." Anlanxiu slightly nodded, "I understand." After saying that, she turned around and left. Mu Qingming asked, "Where are you going?" Anlanxiu softly said, "From now on, I am no longer a student of the Dao Yi Academy." Hearing this, Mu Qingming's expression changed. Why? Because of the siblings? Anlanxiu said, "I brought Yi Ling to the Dao Yi Academy, but the academy directly handed her over to the Dugu clan." After saying that, she slightly shook her head. "I can understand that the Dao Yi Academy doesn't want to offend the Dugu clan for the siblings, but they shouldn't have handed her over to the Dugu clan like this. This matter, the academy was wrong. I'll take my leave." After saying that, she directly disappeared. In front of the city gate, Mu Qingming's expression was extremely ugly. In the entire Dao Yi Academy, the three most monstrous people were the siblings Yi Xian and Anlanxiu. But now, the three most monstrous people had left. Mu Qingming raised his head to look at the distant horizon, his eyes somewhat vacant. Now, he was somewhat confused about the future of the Dao Yi Academy. At this moment, he was somewhat doubtful, doubting his decision at that time. After a while, he softly sighed and turned around to leave. After Yi Xian left the Dao Yi city, he immediately took the Starcloud warship and rushed to the Heaven Domain. Heaven Domain. Yi Ling was brought to the Dugu clan of the Heaven Domain. Now, he was burning with anxiety. Because he didn't know how the Dugu clan would treat Yi Ling Dugu clan. On the deck of the Starcloud warship, Yi Xian quietly stood, his expression extremely gloomy, and his sword case was still on his back. Dugu clan. These three words, from the Dao Yi city until now, he had silently recited them in his heart at least 1,000 times. At this moment, a black-robed person suddenly appeared in front of his Starcloud warship. Yi Xian stopped. The black-robed person looked at Yi Xian, his expression somewhat complicated. "Young master." Yi Xian slightly frowned. "Young master?" The black-robed person said in a deep voice, "I am the young lady's housekeeper, called Dugu Yen. Dugu clan." On Yi Xian's back, the sword case slightly trembled. At this moment, Dugu Yen hurriedly said, "Young master, I have no malice towards you." Yi Xian said, "The young lady you mentioned, is she?" The black-robed person softly sighed, "Young master, I know you have always resented the young lady, resenting her for leaving you and your sister at that time, but the young lady also had her own difficulties. If she didn't leave in advance, once the Dugu clan found out about you and your sister, you would have died at that time." Speaking up to here, he looked at Yi Xian, "Do you know, in order to protect you and your sister, the young lady is still imprisoned in that dark purgatory." Chapter 399. On the Star Cloud warship, Yi Xian stood quietly and didn't speak. Dugu Yen glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Miss left you and your sister because she owes you, but she had no choice. In order to protect you and your sister, she had to leave you." Yi Xian shook his head. "Now, I just want to save my sister." Dugu Yen sighed. "Young master, don't you care about Miss?" Yi Xian was silent. As for that woman, he had almost forgotten what she looked like. Dugu Yen said again, "Young master." Yi Xian shook his head. "Just take me to the Dugu family. Now, I just want to save my sister." There was only one thought in his mind. That was to save his sister. Dugu Yen glanced at Yi Xian. "If you go to the Dugu family like this, you will die." Yi Xian said, "Just lead the way." Dugu Yen sighed and didn't say anything else. The Star Cloud warship was getting faster and faster. 2 days later, Yi Xian's Star Cloud warship arrived at a place called the Thousand Star City because there was a teleportation array in this city that led to the Heaven Domain. The entire never-ending star region was very big. If the 3 domains didn't use teleportation arrays, with the speed of the Star Cloud warship, they wouldn't be able to reach the Heaven Domain in a year. Yi Xian and Dugu Yen got off the Star Cloud warship and went straight to the city. On the way, Dugu Yen said, "In the Heaven Domain, the most powerful person is the never-ending palace. This mysterious force is the master of the Heaven Domain, and the palace master of the never-ending palace is unfathomable. In addition, under the never-ending palace, there are the boundless Holy Land and the North and South martial sects. Under these 2 sects, there are 3 major families, and the Dugu family is one of them." At this point, he looked at Yi Xian. The Dugu family has a wide network in the Heaven Domain. They have 5 Supreme Realm experts. Apart from that, they also have a mysterious Shadow Soldier army. Each of these Shadow Soldier army is a top expert. Young master, your talent is not bad, and your strength is even more shocking. However, if you want to fight against the entire Dugu family by yourself, that's impossible." Yi Xian said nothing. Dugu Yen smiled bitterly. In this period of time, he had already persuaded countless times, but Yi Xian did not listen. Going to the Dugu family like this is akin to throwing away your life. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Then what do you think we should do? Take time to think about it. Will my sister still be alive after a long consideration?" Dugu Yen said solemnly, "But if you go like this, you're merely going to throw your life away." Yi Xian said softly, "Even if I die, I won't let her be alone." With that, he quickened his pace. Behind Yi Xian, Dugu Yen sighed softly. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at a transmission formation. After paying the transmission fee, he was about to enter it. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. "Wait!" As the voice fell, the teleportation formation beneath Yi Xian's feet immediately fell silent. Yi Xian turned around. Not far in front of him, a middle-aged man and 4 old men walked towards him. On the left side of the middle-aged man's chest, there was a small Yun character. The middle-aged man walked in front of Yi Xian and sized up Yi Xian. He said coldly, "You're Yi Xian? My Yun family's items." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a sword slashed down from the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Yi Xian to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, he could only block hastily. Boom! With an explosion, the middle-aged man was sent flying hundreds of meters away. At this moment, his physical body had already been destroyed, leaving only his soul. The middle-aged man stood rooted to the ground, and the 4 old men he had brought were also somewhat dumbfounded. This Yi Xian was so powerful? Yi Xian did not attack again. Instead, he returned to the teleportation formation and turned to the side. Send me to the heaven domain. An old man walked out from where Yi Xian was looking. He looked deeply at Yi Xian and was about to speak. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly said angrily, Yi Xian, leave behind my Yun family's treasure. Otherwise, my Yun family will. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was on the teleportation formation, suddenly turned around and roared angrily, to hell with your ancestors. With that, he disappeared on the spot with a whoosh. In the distance, the middle-aged man, who was already a soul, was shocked. He was about to attack when a sword light pierced through his forehead. Whoosh! In an instant, the middle-aged man's soul disappeared. A single strike to the soul. This time, Yi Xian did not return to the teleportation formation. Instead, he charged towards the 4 experts beside him. In less than 15 minutes, there were 4 more corpses on the ground. Instant kill. At the moment, Yi Xian was giving off a strong killing intent. It was extremely strong. Yi Xian turned around and glanced at the old man in charge of the teleportation formation nearby. The latter hurriedly said, "This has nothing to do with us." Yi Xian did not attack. He walked onto the teleportation formation, and Dugu Yen hurriedly followed. Very soon, the 2 of them disappeared into the teleportation formation. Seeing the 2 of them disappear, the old man immediately let out a sigh of relief. I almost got into trouble. After all, the corpses before him were all Origin Realm experts. However, they had been instantly killed just like that. It was an instant kill. This kind of person was definitely not an ordinary person. After who knew how long, Yi Xian heard voices. Very soon, he stopped. At this moment, he was standing on a teleportation formation. Beside him was Dugu Yen. Yi Xian said softly, "The heaven region?" Dugu Yen shook his head, "It's only the outskirts of the heaven region. However, it will take half a day at most to get to the Dugu family." Yi Xian nodded, "To the Dugu family." Dugu Yen hurriedly said, "Your objective is to save your sister, right?" Yi Xian nodded. Dugu Yen said, "If we want to save Miss Ling, we should go to the Avicii Purgatory because she should be locked there." Yi Xian asked, "Where is the Avicii Purgatory?" Dugu Yen said, "It's a prison." Yi Xian frowned, "The Dugu family?" Dugu Yen shook his head, "This Avicii Purgatory doesn't belong to the Dugu family. It's a very mysterious place because no one knows who created it. They only know that it's ownerless and is jointly managed by the 3 great clans. The 3 clans have researched it for many years, but they haven't found anything special about it. As a result, they treat it as a prison to lock up those who have committed crimes in their respective clans." Yi Xian said softly, "Let's go to the Avicii Purgatory." Dugu Yen nodded, "I'll lead the way." With that, he disappeared on the spot with Yi Xian. The 2 of them found a Starcloud battleship and entered the boundless outer space. On the deck, Dugu Yen said, "Young master, this Avicii Purgatory isn't simple. Not only are there experts from the 3 clans guarding this place, but it's also rather strange. This prison has a total of 9 levels. Up until now, even Supreme Realm powerhouses did not dare to go to the 9th level. As for what exactly is on the 9th level, only the heads of the clans know." With that, he looked at Yi Xian, "Young lady is locked at the entrance to the 8th level. If young lady Xiao Ling is also in this Avicii purgatory, she should be with young lady. Yi Xian nodded, I understand. Dugu Yen glanced at Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Young master, rumor has it that there's a super expert behind you. Yi Xian didn't answer. Dugu Yen smiled bitterly and didn't ask any more. About 2 hours later, the Starcloud battleship stopped. Dugu Yen pointed into the distance. Yi Xian looked in the direction where Dugu Yen was pointing. In the depths of the distant outer space, there was a pitch-black palace. The palace had a strange shape and looked a little like a tower, with a total of 8 levels. Around this palace, it was pitch-black, without a single bit of light. Moreover, even from so far away, Yi Xian could sense an invisible suction force. Beside Yi Xian, Dugu Yen growled, There's a black hole in the depths of this place. Regular people can't approach it at all. Even Origin Realm experts can be crushed to pieces if they're not careful. Yi Xian said, You stay here. With that, Yi Xian left the Starcloud battleship. At this moment, Dugu Yen suddenly said, The elites of the 3 clans are guarding this Avicii purgatory. Don't alarm them, or the experts of the 3 clans will immediately send reinforcements. In the distance, Yi Xian had already vanished. The closer Yi Xian approached the Avicii purgatory, the stronger the suction force became. If it were not for the fact that his body had been tempered by the dragon's blood, it would have been impossible for him to approach the Avicii purgatory with his current level of cultivation. Yi Xian became even more cautious. Before long, he arrived at the entrance to the Avicii purgatory. Of course, he was currently using chaotic qi to hide himself. Even Ultimate Realm experts would struggle to discover him. He also discovered that there were a few obscure presences in the surroundings of the palace. They were all very powerful. Clearly, they were all experts of the 3 clans. Yi Xian snuck into the palace silently. He knew that he had arrived on the 1st floor. The 1st floor was pitch black, and there were black cages in the surroundings. There were humans and demons in the cages, but they were all on the verge of death as if they had been tortured. Yi Xian did not stop there. He went to the 2nd floor. There were also some cages on the 2nd floor, but there were much fewer of them than on the 1st floor. Besides, the ones locked up on the 2nd floor were much stronger than those on the 1st floor. Very soon, Yi Xian arrived on the 3rd floor. There was an unpleasant smell of blood on the 3rd floor. Blood. Corpses. The entire 3rd floor was covered in blood and corpses. Yi Xian did not stop. He continued downwards and arrived on the 4th floor. The 4th floor was very, very quiet. Yi Xian glanced around. He sensed some auras in the surroundings. The weakest were at the Origin Realm. Yi Xian frowned. Dugu Yen had said that the Avicii purgatory was used to imprison people who had committed crimes within the 3 clans. Now, it seemed that things were not that simple. This was because he discovered that some of the people imprisoned were not humans at all. Yi Xian did not think too much about it and continued downwards. When he arrived on the 5th floor, Yi Xian's expression changed. There was an extremely powerful aura imprisoned on the 5th floor. Supreme Realm. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly rang out. So it's this place. Chapter 400. This place? Yi Xian frowned. What place? Jian Zizai said softly, Avicii Purgatory. Rumor has it that it was created by the underworld god of the underworld king Starfield. Its purpose was to imprison the underworld king Starfield's greatest enemy, the divine race. Divine race? Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Are they all gods? Jian Zizai sneered. What gods? It's just a title they gave themselves. Speaking to this point, she paused slightly. However, there are indeed many powerful experts in this race. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to dominate the all-heaven starfield back then. Yi Xian said, "Are they still there?" Jian Zizai said indifferently, "They're all gone. This underworld king starfield is also gone." Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. "Why is it gone?" Jian Zizai said, "If one is too powerful, they will lose themselves." Back then, the divine race dominated the all-heaven starfield. How arrogant were they? Speaking to this point, she paused slightly, then continued, "This Avicii purgatory was created by the underworld god back then. Many experts of the divine race are imprisoned inside. I don't know why it ended up here. In short, this thing is not a simple thing." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "How does this thing compare to my world prison pagoda?" "Are you a pig?" Jian Zizai suddenly said, "Are you sure your brain isn't that of a pig?" Yi Xian was speechless. Jian Zizai said again, "This Avicii purgatory is indeed extraordinary. However, how can it compare to your world prison pagoda?" Yi Xian asked, "Why can't it compare?" Jian Zizai said, "This pagoda of yours is not an object of this universe. It represents a higher martial civilization. You have yet to experience its terror." World Prison Pagoda. Yi Xian was silent. He still didn't understand the pagoda. However, he knew that possessing the pagoda was both a blessing and a curse. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian continued down. Soon, he arrived at the 6th floor. The 6th floor was brightly lit with candlelight. In this 6th floor, there was only a single demonic beast. This demonic beast was shaped like a wolf, but its tail was extremely long like a dragon's tail. Furthermore, there were 2 long horns on its head. These 2 horns were like blades, emitting a chilling aura. Yi Xian did not disturb the demonic beast and continued to walk down. Just as he reached the door, Jian Zizai suddenly said, "The heavenly demonic wolf was a demonic beast raised by the god clan in the past. It is extremely fast and powerful." Yi Xian said softly, "I can't subdue it." Jian Zizai said, "That's true." Yi Xian continued walking down. He could sense how powerful the heavenly demon wolf was. Its aura had surpassed the supreme realm. However, he knew very well that a demonic beast of this level would never submit to him. If he couldn't subdue the other party and alarmed the surrounding experts, he would be in deep trouble. Moreover, he only wanted to save his sister. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the 7th floor. When he arrived, a cold aura hit him in the face. At the same time, he felt a mysterious aura lock onto him. Yi Xian was shocked. Had someone discovered him? At this moment, a surprised voice came from in front of him. "At such a young age, you've already become a great sword immortal, and your body has been tempered by dragon blood. Not bad, not bad. You're qualified to be the old man's disciple." Yi Xian was speechless. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come over," the voice said again. "This chapter is not over. Please continue." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then walked over. Soon, he saw an iron cage. Inside the iron cage sat an old man. The old man's beard and hair were all white, and his hair was as messy as a chicken's nest. The old man looked at Yi Xian and clicked his tongue in wonder. Not bad at all," Yi Xian said, "Senior, you are." The old man stood up. "Hurry up and kneel to acknowledge me as your master." Yi Xian was speechless. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, the old man said angrily, "Brat, do you know who you're standing in front of?" "You." At this point, he suddenly leaned forward. Save me, and the old man will make you the overlord of this star field." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Senior, can't you come out yourself?" The old man's expression suddenly became ferocious, and he said somewhat crazily, "If the old man could come out, would I still call you?" Yi Xian shook his head. Senior, this place is special. I can't save you. The old man stared at Yi Xian without saying anything. Yi Xian turned to leave. At this moment, the old man suddenly said, "What's concealing your aura is chaotic qi, right?" Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. Yes. The old man said, "If you can have this qi, you must not be an ordinary person." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Senior, are you from the Protoss?" The old man said, "Yes." The Protoss. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly asked, "Senior, do you know Jian Zizai?" The reason why he asked this was because he remembered what the God Emperor had said. Jian Zizai seemed to be the best fighter in the God realm. When he heard Yi Xian's words, the old man's expression instantly changed. He looked at Yi Xian in horror. "How do you know her? How do you know her? Why?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why was this guy's reaction so big? At this moment, the old man suddenly stood in front of him and stared at Yi Xian. "How do you know her name? Why?" Yi Xian asked in his heart, "Miss Jian, you seem to be very famous." Jian Zizai said, "Just so. At this moment, the old man in front of Yi Xian said angrily, "Tell me, how do you know her?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I know her." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the old man roared, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could she know an ant like you? How could she?" Yi Xian said, "I do know her." The old man stared at Yi Xian. After a moment, he said, "Where is she?" Yi Xian said, "Senior, do you know her?" The old man was silent. Yi Xian said, "Senior, if you don't want to say, then I will take my leave." After saying that, he turned around and left. At this moment, the old man suddenly said, "She is the daughter of the Protoss Patriarch." Yi Xian stopped and turned to look at the old man. The old man said, "She was young and had mediocre talent. Moreover, she was a woman. Therefore, she had always been disliked by the Protoss. Even the Patriarch looked down on her. One year, her mother died tragically in the Divine Palace. She knelt in front of the Divine Palace for 3 days and 3 nights, begging the Patriarch to bury her mother in the Divine Palace. However, speaking of this, he laughed at himself. Her mother was just a lowly palace maid. How could she be qualified to be buried in the Divine Palace? Therefore, the Patriarch ignored her. She took her mother's body and left the Protoss. 15 years have passed since I left. Yi Xian asked curiously, and then? The old man was silent for a moment. This chapter is not finished. Please continue. Then he said, after 15 years, she came back. That day, she challenged the Patriarch in front of the Divine Palace. She personally cut off the head of the strongest Patriarch of the Protoss and hung it above the Divine Palace. Not only that, but almost all the experts of the Protoss were slaughtered by her on that day. Apart from that, my God clan's shrine was burned to the ground by her. At that time, my God clan's vitality was greatly damaged and we declined from then on. Yi Xian was silent. He did not expect that Jian Zizai was really from the Protoss. Moreover, he was so terrifying that he had slaughtered almost all the peak experts of the Protoss. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. If it was not for the World Prison Pagoda, would he have died 100 times? At this time, the old man sat on the ground. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. After that, I never saw her again. Speaking of this, he looked at Yi Xian. Where did you see her? Yi Xian said softly, Senior, I still have something to do. I will take my leave first. After saying that, he turned and left. The old man stared at Yi Xian. This time, he did not stop him. On the way to the 8th floor, Yi Xian asked, Miss Jian, are you from the Protoss? Jian Zizai said calmly, does it have anything to do with you? You can't even handle your own matters, yet you ask about others' matters. You're worrying for nothing. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm just curious. Very curious. Jian Zizai did not say anything else. Yi Xian did not ask any more questions. He quickened his pace and soon arrived at the entrance to the 8th floor. At the entrance, Yi Xian stopped. He was silent for a moment before entering. Soon, he arrived at the 8th floor. The 8th floor was very quiet. There was a cold and gloomy aura around him. Everything around him was silent. Yi Xian walked forward. At this moment, he was still using the chaotic energy to hide his aura. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded. This infernal purgatory is currently in a masterless state. It seems to be in a deep sleep. How about it? Do you want to subdue it? Yi Xian said in a low voice, what do I want this thing for? Jian Zizai thought for a moment and said, although you have the world prison pagoda, it is not something you can control right now. However, you can control this infernal purgatory. If you can control it, you can use it to enter Pluto's star field. Air. At this point, she stopped. Yi Xian was a little wary. Why would I go to Pluto's star field? Jian Zizai said, just treat it as a trip. It's quite nice there. Yi Xian shook his head and ignored Jian Zizai. He continued walking forward. The further he went, the stronger the cold aura became. At this moment, he felt as if his whole body was being pierced by ice. It was a bone-piercing pain. Jian Zizai said again, if you have this infernal purgatory and activate it, you can turn a star field into hell. This pagoda contains an extremely terrifying aura of death. Once it is released, it will be very terrifying. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, there should be a sword in the depths of this infernal purgatory. A sword that can suppress souls and ghosts. If you can obtain it and use it with that soul-setting sword of yours, TSK. At this moment, Yi Xian stopped. Not far in front of him was a long pillar. A woman was tied to the pillar. The woman's limbs were tightly nailed and she could not move at all. Seeing this woman, Yi Xian froze in place. It was a familiar yet unfamiliar face. End of this chapter. Chapter 401. At this moment, the woman on the pillar seemed to sense something. She opened her eyes and looked towards where Yi Xian was standing. When she saw Yi Xian, she was stunned. In the next moment, tears poured out of the woman's eyes. Opposite the woman, Yi Xian stood silently. After about 15 minutes, the woman suddenly said softly, "Come here." Yi Xian fell silent for a while before walking in front of the woman. Looking at Yi Xian, the woman's gaze gradually became somewhat infatuated. A moment later, she said softly, "Do you hate me?" Yi Xian shook his head. Hearing this, more tears flowed down the woman's face. Hate meant that she still had feelings. But not hate, pain. The woman felt a piercing pain in her heart. This pain was hundreds, no, thousands of times worse than the pain she had endured in the endless purgatory. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Don't cry." The woman looked at Yi Xian and shook her head. "I've let you and your sister down, it's me," Yi Xian suddenly said, "I hated you." The woman looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said softly, "When you left, my sister was only a few years old, and I was only 12, at that time, my sister almost starved to death. At that time, I especially hated you. I hated you for leaving us. If you hadn't left, my sister wouldn't have had to suffer so much." Speaking to there, he shook his head and said, "However, after that, I thought about it. I knew that you wouldn't leave for no reason, but whenever I thought about how my little sister had suffered, I couldn't forgive you." The woman's tears continued to flow. "I'm sorry," Yi Xian suddenly said, "but now that I see you, all my hatred has disappeared. I don't know why either. The woman seemed to think of something and hurriedly asked, "Why are you here?" Yi Xian looked around and said, "My sister isn't here?" "My sister?" The woman was slightly startled. In the next moment, her expression changed. "They captured Linger?" Yi Xian nodded. Hearing that, the woman's face turned cold. Yi Xian said, "If it's not here, then it should be at the Dugu family. I'll save you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his celestial spirit sword and was about to break the chains on the woman's body. However, the woman said, "It's useless." Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. Chi! The chain did not budge. The woman looked at Yi Xian and said softly, "These chains are from the Avicii purgatory. Even a saint-grade treasure would find it difficult to damage them. Leave now and think of a way to save Xiao Linger. Go." Yi Xian said in his heart, "Miss Jian, can you help me?" Jian Zizai was silent for a moment, and then he said, "You would have died a long time ago if I could. Let's look for the second floor." At this time, the great god on the second floor said, "I can break it, but it will cause too much of a commotion. And now, I can't make a move. Think carefully." Yi Xian was silent. Jian Zizai suddenly said, "If you save her, it will definitely alarm the powerhouses of this world. At that time, you will be in a desperate situation. If you don't save her, you won't be able to bear it. Many times, a single thought can bring you two completely different lives." Yi Xian said softly, "I know that many times, taking a step back can open up a whole new world. However, if someone bullies your wife and family, do you still have to retreat? I, Yi Xian, know when to advance and when to retreat. However, if anyone bullies my family, I will never retreat." There was a moment of silence. On the second floor, the great god suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The next moment, she clawed down towards Dugu Xian. Boom! The chains around Dugu Xian instantly shattered. However, the commotion was too great. Almost the entire 8th floor shook. After the chains broke, the great god on the second floor glanced at Yi Xian and then returned to the World Prison Pagoda. Meanwhile, Dugu Xian went limp. Yi Xian hurriedly supported her. Dugu Xian grabbed Yi Xian's hand and said weakly, "I'm fine. I'm just a little weak." As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian. "Let's go. You can go by yourself. If you take me with you, you won't be able to leave this prison." Yi Xian said softly, "Let's try." As he said this, he supported Dugu Xian and walked up. Dugu Xian grabbed Yi Xian's arm tightly. Looking at Yi Xian, she smiled slightly. "Even if I die now, it will be worth it." Yi Xian said, "No, you and my sister won't die." Dugu Xian nodded. Just as she was about to speak, two old men appeared at the exit not far away. They were both peak origin realm experts. One of the old men frowned when he saw Dugu Xian and Yi Xian. He said coldly, "Who are you?" At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished from beside Dugu Xian. In the next moment, there was a flash of light. Hiss! Before the old man could even react, he was cut in half by the light. The remaining old man was shocked. At that moment, he did not choose to fight. Instead, he chose to turn around and flee. How could he still dare to fight after killing an origin realm expert with a single strike? Flee! At this moment, a sword suddenly flew out from the sword box on Yi Xian's back. In the next moment, a streak of light pierced through the old man's back. Hiss! The old man was nailed to the ground. A sliver of surprise flashed through Dugu Xian's eyes as she stood beside Yi Xian. "Xian, you're already a great sword immortal?" Yi Xian nodded. A smile appeared on Dugu Xian's face, impressive. Just when Yi Xian was about to say something, another middle-aged man suddenly appeared nearby. Dugu Xian stopped Yi Xian just when he was about to strike out. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian before looking at Dugu Xian. Mixed emotions filled his eyes. Dugu Xian said indifferently, "Second brother, do you want to kill us as well?" The middle-aged man shook his head, "You won't be able to escape." The experts of the Dugu family, Gu family, and Yan family have already arrived. Dugu Xian turned to look at Yi Xian. "You can enter silently, so you should be able to leave silently as well, right?" Yi Xian nodded. Dugu Xian stared straight at Yi Xian. "Leave here and find a way to save Xiao Ling, or..." She looked at the middle-aged man. "Is my daughter in the Dugu family?" The middle-aged man nodded. In the Dugu family, they wanted to use her too. At this point, he looked at Yi Xian. "Let him come to the Dugu family." Dugu Xian looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian suddenly said, "Let's go." Dugu Xian held on to Yi Xian. She stared at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian said softly, "Let's go." With that, he pulled Dugu Xian out. When he emerged from the infernal purgatory, there were already 3 Supreme Realm experts and over 20 Peak Origin Realm experts at the entrance. Beside Yi Xian, Dugu Xian said softly, "The elder on the left is from the Yan clan. The one on the right is from my Dugu clan. His name is Dugu Lai, and he's my third uncle. The one in the middle should be from the Gu clan, the number 1 clan in the Heaven domain." Just then, Dugu Lai suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said coldly, "You're that vile spawn?" Yi Xian looked at Dugu Lai. The latter's face was cold, and just when he was about to speak, Yi Xian took a step forward and pointed his sword at Dugu Lai. "One-on-one." "One-on-one?" Everyone was stunned when they heard Yi Xian's words. Yi Xian was only at the void-piercing realm, yet he wanted to challenge a Supreme Realm expert to one-on-one? Dugu Lai was also slightly stunned. Clearly, he had never thought that Yi Xian would challenge him to one-on-one. After a moment of silence, Dugu Lai sneered, "One-on-one? Yi Xian, do you have the right?" Yi Xian smiled. In the next moment, he extended his finger, and the head of an Origin Realm expert behind Dugu Lai immediately flew off. Everyone was shocked and they saw this, especially the Origin Realm experts. When they looked at Yi Xian, a sliver of fear appeared in their eyes. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at Dugu Lai. "Do I have the right?" Dugu Lai stared at Yi Xian. "Since you want to die, I'll give you what you want." With that, he grabbed at Yi Xian from afar with his right hand. With that, the space where Yi Xian resided directly began to distort. A powerful spatial force was about to mince Yi Xian to pieces. At this moment, a void character silently appeared on Yi Xian's forehead. In the blink of an eye, the space around him returned to normal. Dugu Lai and the other 2 immediately frowned when they saw this. They looked at each other, and a sliver of shock appeared in their eyes. It was impossible for void-piercing realm experts to recover space so easily. It was completely impossible. Dugu Lai looked at Yi Xian. Just when he was about to say something, Yi Xian suddenly vanished. In the next moment, a sword appeared above his head, and soon afterwards, a powerful strand of sword qi slashed down from above. Life or death decided by unsheathing the sword. Yi Xian did not hold back when he struck out, nor did he dare to hold back, because he was facing a Supreme Realm expert. A Supreme Realm expert that was 2 whole realms higher than him. Dugu Lai sneered before Yi Xian and waved his hand. Boom! Yi Xian's attack was forcefully blocked, but Yi Xian roared out furiously. He gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and pushed down. Bang! Dugu Lai took over a dozen steps back. Everyone looked at Yi Xian when they saw this. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A void-piercing realm expert had forced back a Supreme Realm expert? Dugu Lai was rather shocked. He had never thought that Yi Xian's battle prowess would be so terrifying. After all, Yi Xian was only at the void-piercing realm. Killing intent surged in Dugu Lai's eyes when he thought of this. He couldn't be allowed to live. Such a person was too monstrous. If he continued to grow, then the Dugu family would definitely face a huge calamity in the future. The Supreme Realm expert from the Gu family narrowed his eyes. His gaze was calm, but he was constantly staring at Yi Xian as if he wanted to see through Yi Xian. The Supreme Realm expert from the Yen family had a smile on his face, an indescribable smile. Especially when he glanced at Dugu Lai and Dugu Lai, his smile grew wider. Meanwhile, Dugu Lai suddenly took a step forward. As soon as he did, the space around Yi Xian split apart. But in the next moment, the space around Yi Xian instantly returned to normal. Dugu Lai stared fixedly at Yi Xian. How exactly did you do that? With your current ability, it's impossible. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Dugu Lai. In the next moment, he held a seal and smashed it down towards Dugu Lai's head. The Earth God Seal. When Yi Xian smashed the Earth God Seal towards Dugu Lai, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly resounded, "That's not how you use the seal." Chapter 402. Bang! As soon as Yi Xian's seal smashed down, it blasted Dugu Lai back explosively. He was pushed back over 30 meters. Everyone present was petrified when they saw this scene. He was pushed back. On the other hand, the three supreme stage experts looked at the seal in Yi Xian's hand. Obviously, they discovered the source of the problem. On the other hand, Dugu Lai stared fixedly at the seal in Yi Xian's hand before Yi Xian. "What is that seal of yours?" Yi Xian didn't answer Dugu Lai. Instead, he hurriedly asked in his heart, "Miss Jian, how do I use this seal?" Jian Zizai said, "In order to activate it, you must first refine it. You haven't refined it, so you can't activate it." Yi Xian's face darkened. "So you're saying that it's a piece of scrap metal now?" Jian Zizai said, "You can continue smashing it." Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, Dugu Lai suddenly said, "Yi Xian, what is that thing in your hand?" Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at Dugu Lai. "Call me Dad." "Dad?" Dugu Lai frowned slightly. "Dad?" Yi Xian grinned. "What a good son." Pfft. By Yi Xian's side, Dugu Xian couldn't help but laugh. On the other hand, the expressions of some people in the surroundings were slightly strange. In the distance, Dugu Lai recovered from his shock. He just stared at Yi Xian with a calm expression. "Didn't you want to fight one-on-one? Come, let the old man see how capable a vile spawn like you is." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his hands together before him and pulled lightly. Hiss! The space before him was directly torn apart. Subsequently, a black stream of air suddenly flashed out from within, and the black stream of air instantly condensed into a black fist. Dugu Lai took a step forward and smashed out with his fist. Bang! The black fist was like a bolt of lightning as it smashed towards Yi Xian. Dark energy. In the distance, Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. He dashed forward with his right hand holding the hilt of the sword at his waist. He suddenly drew the sword and slashed. Chi! A ray of sword light flashed through the battlefield. Boom! The black fist was forced to stop on the spot by Yi Xian's sword. At this moment, Yi Xian's right hand pushed forward forcefully. Break! Boom! The black fist shattered with a loud bang. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of Yi Xian. Boom! Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. This time, he was sent flying for a distance of 1,000 feet. Yi Xian held the sword with both hands and thrust it forward. Only then did he stop. As for Dugu Lai, he was standing where he was previously standing. Dugu Lai coldly stared at Yi Xian. He opened his palm and a powerful force condensed in it. Origin power. As more and more origin power gathered, the space around Dugu Lai began to tremble. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression was solemn. He knew that Dugu Lai had yet to use his true strength. At the start, he was using the power of the void-piercing realm. Now, he was using the power of the origin realm. Not daring to be careless, Yi Xian's right hand tightly gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. At the same time, two sword intents surged into his sword like a tide. Seeing these two sword intents, the two Supreme Realm experts' eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Opposite Yi Xian, Dugu Lai stared at Yi Xian. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared. Following which, a powerful force of origin immediately after, a powerful origin power swept towards Yi Xian. The power swept towards Yi Xian. Wherever this power passed, the space immediately trembled. It was incomparably shocking. In the distance, Yi Xian stomped his right foot. Bang! The ground beneath his feet directly cracked. At the same time, he charged forward and slashed down with his sword. Sword draw to decide life and death. The space in front of Yi Xian was directly shattered by this slash, and the origin power that Dugu Lai had released was directly shattered. However, Yi Xian was pushed back a few dozen meters. Yi Xian stopped, and a trace of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Dugu Lai glanced at Yi Xian. You do have some ability. Yi Xian grinned. Come on, let's continue. Dugu Lai gazed at Yi Xian for a long time. In the end, he glanced at the surroundings and said, Everyone, this is my Dugu family's matter. My Dugu family wishes to deal with it ourselves. As he spoke, he looked at the two old men from the Gu family and Yan family, brother Gu Tong, brother Yan Jia. My Dugu family can deal with him ourselves. We don't need your help. The old man called Gu Tong smiled. Brother Dugu's words are incorrect. My Gu family and the Dugu family have been on good terms for generations. Now that the Dugu family is in trouble, how can my Gu family sit back and do nothing? The old man called Yan Jia also smiled. Brother Gu is right. Moreover, this person has trespassed into the endless purgatory, which is trespassing on my Yan family's territory. If Brother Lai cannot capture him, my Yan family will also take action. Hearing the two old men's words, Dugu Lai's expression instantly became somewhat gloomy. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. You want to send them away and take the treasure on me for yourself? That's not a bad idea, but it's a pity that they won't fall for it. Huh. Dugu Lai looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, that thing on you belongs to my Dugu family. Yi Xian smiled and said, From the Dugu family? Just because you say it belongs to the Dugu family, it belongs to the Dugu family? Dugu Lai looked at Yi Xian, and after a moment, he slightly nodded. Didn't you want to fight one-on-one? Come, let's continue. As he spoke, he was about to make his move, but at this moment, Dugu Xian, who was not far away, suddenly blocked in front of Yi Xian. Dugu Xian glanced at Dugu Lai, then turned to look at Yi Xian, and sent a voice transmission with profound energy. The Dugu family has at least two Supreme Realm experts hidden in the dark. I will stop them later, and you will find a chance to leave. Understand? Yi Xian said softly, Can you beat them? Dugu Xian smiled, I can. After you leave, I will come and find you. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. After I leave, you will die. Dugu Xian looked at Yi Xian, and as she looked, she suddenly extended her hand and gently stroked Yi Xian's cheek. As long as you and Ling are alive, even if I die, it's nothing. Moreover, being able to see you again, Mother is already very satisfied. As she spoke, she turned to look at Dugu Lai, who was not far away. Third uncle, let me replace my son to fight with you, is that okay? Dugu Lai sneered, if you were at your peak, your third uncle might be a little afraid of you. As for now, your primordial spirit is injured, and your strength is not even 30% of your peak. How will you fight with me? Du Xian smiled, won't we know after fighting? As she spoke, her right hand rotated slightly, and she was about to make her move, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled her hand. Du Xian turned to look at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled, let me do it. Du Xian looked at Yi Xian, while Yi Xian walked towards Du Lai, who was not far away. Looking at Yi Xian's back, Du Xian was a little lost. The youth in front of her had grown up. He was no longer the little guy who followed behind her every day with Yi Ling. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little heartache. All these years, what had happened between her and Yi Ling? This chapter is not over, please continue. What had he gone through? What had caused his personality to grow to such a state? In the distance, Yi Xian walked towards Du Lai. As he walked, a powerful sword aura suddenly exploded from him. The sword aura of a great sword immortal. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian stopped 10 meters away from Du Lai. At this moment, the aura he had gathered had reached a peak. Du Lai looked at Yi Xian, I have to say that you really are a monster. Under the ultimate realm, there are very few people who can compare to you. It's a pity that your cultivation is too low. If you were at the origin realm, you might be able to fight the old man. Yi Xian smiled, and he stomped his right foot. Boom! A golden energy suddenly swept out from his body. In that instant, a powerful aura suddenly shook the surroundings, and everyone in the surroundings was forced back by this powerful aura. Invincible golden body. Yi Xian knew very well that if he wanted to kill Du Lai, then he had to reveal his trump card. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Du Lai even if he had the celestial spirit sword. As soon as the invincible golden body appeared, Du Lai's expression instantly changed, your aura. How is this possible? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly leaped up and arrived above Du Lai's head, and in the next moment, he suddenly smashed his fist down. Du Lai waved his right hand, and a powerful force surged out. Boom! As Yi Xian's fist smashed down, Du Lai's entire body directly retreated nearly 300 meters. Yan Jia and Gu Tong's expressions instantly changed when they witnessed this scene, and they were extremely shocked in their hearts. What secret technique was that? After all, Du Lai was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. After sending Du Lai flying, Yi Xian didn't stop. His figure shook, and he turned into a ray of light that shot towards Du Lai. Fast. Extremely, extremely fast. When he arrived before Du Lai, Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. After he used the invincible golden body, the might of this attack had increased by at least a few times. Du Lai's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this attack, and there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Yi Xian had truly shocked him too much. Just like this attack. It had completely exceeded the void-piercing realm. No, it had completely exceeded the origin realm. It could be said to have reached the supreme realm. The person who had used this attack was Yi Xian, a void-piercing realm expert. Du Lai didn't dare to be careless when facing this attack. He took a small step back, and then his right palm faced downwards. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his palm upwards. It was like space had turned upside down, and a spatial vortex instantly engulfed Yi Xian's attack. A moment of silence ensued. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly resounded, and then countless rays of light shot out in all directions. At the same time, a figure shot backwards. It wasn't Yi Xian, but Du Lai. The expressions of the others in the distance instantly changed when they saw this scene. After Du Lai stopped, Yi Xian, who was in the distance, was about to attack again. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Brother, it was Yi Ling's voice. Yi Xian's body trembled slightly, and he turned around to look. A middle-aged man walked over with a chain in his hand, and within the chain was Yi Ling, who was wrapped in chains. Yi Xian's mind instantly went blank when he saw this. End of this chapter. Chapter 403. Pain. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if his heart was being pierced by needles. His life's goal was to protect his sister, to let her live a good life, to let her live a carefree life. However, his sister had suffered all sorts of hardships time and time again. Hate. At this moment, he hated the Dugu family, and hated himself for being useless. Kill. At this moment, he wanted to kill. He wanted to kill everyone around him, and everyone in the Dugu family. However, his expression was extremely calm, without the slightest fluctuation. Because he knew that the more he cared about Ling, the more danger she would be in. Next to Yi Xian, Dugu Xian was also slightly taken aback when she saw Lil Ling. In the next moment, her expression turned cold, and the murderous intent in her eyes seemed to materialize. The middle-aged man beside Yi Xian was the Dugu family's patriarch, Dugu Lian. Dugu Lian glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. According to seniority, you should call me uncle. Yi Xian said softly, I've heard of the Dugu family when I was in the northern region. The Dugu family is one of the 3 great families in the heaven region. Don't you think it's beneath you to use a little girl as a hostage? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Dugu Lian chuckled. Threaten? Little nephew, I have to admit that you're quite talented. As expected of the Dugu family's bloodline. However, you think too highly of yourself. We don't want to use such methods against you. He looked at Dugu Xian. My good sister, things didn't have to turn out like this. Unfortunately, you were stubborn back then. Do you regret it now? Dugu Xian looked straight at Dugu Lian. Never. Dugu Lian, this is a matter between the Dugu family and the Gu family. Let them go. Dugu Lian shook his head. They can't live. As he spoke, he looked at Yan Jia and Gu Tong, who were not too far away. The two of you, this is a matter of my Dugu family. Please don't get involved in this, okay? Gu Tong shook his head. This isn't just the Dugu family's matter, it's the Gu family's matter too. What do you think, Lord Dugu? Dugu Lian pondered for a moment, then nodded. That's fine. With you here, we can show the Gu family the attitude of my Dugu family towards them. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian, who was not far away. My good nephew, I won't waste any more time with you. Let's make a deal. Return the Dugu family's treasure to me and I'll let your sister go. How about it? Yi Xian chuckled. Do you think I'm stupid? If I gave it to you, you'd kill me right away, wouldn't you? Dugu Lian looked straight at Yi Xian. If you don't give it to us, can't we take it? Yi Xian smiled and said, do you think I will bring that thing with me when I come here? You're too naive. Dugu Lian stared at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian continued, if I die, someone will immediately bring that treasure to the Weiyang Palace. At that time, I want to know if the Dugu family will have the guts to go to the Weiyang Palace to ask for it. Dugu Lian smiled and said, are you threatening me? Yi Xian shook his head. Let's make a deal. Let the two of them go and I'll stay here. As long as the two of them leave safely, I'll give you that treasure with both hands. Dugu Lian smiled. Do you think I'll believe you? As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Ling, who was in the iron cage, and smiled. Don't you care about your sister? I want to see if you really care about her. As his voice fell, his right hand grabbed at Yi Ling. In an instant, an electric current appeared in the iron cage. Chi 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 chi. Yi Ling's body suddenly trembled. Dugu Lian. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly dashed forward and a powerful sword light slashed towards Dugu Lian. Dugu Lian sneered and waved his right hand lightly. Boom! The sword light was directly crushed. At the same time, Yi Xian was shaken to the point that he was forced to retreat repeatedly. This time, he retreated for more than 300 meters. When Yi Xian was pushed back, Du Guxian suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, countless white lights engulfed Du Gulian like a storm. Du Gulian smiled coldly and pointed his finger forward. Wherever his finger landed, the space trembled like ripples on water. In an instant, the white light disappeared without a trace. At this time, Du Guxian appeared in front of Du Gulian. She was about to make a move when Du Gulian lightly stomped his right foot, pang. The surrounding space trembled violently. In an instant, Du Guxian was pushed back hundreds of meters. Du Gulian looked at Du Guxian. "My good sister, if you were at your peak, I might be a little afraid of you. But now, you're too weak." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian not far away. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian's expression suddenly turned savage. "Dugu clan. I will slaughter everyone in the Dugu clan. Everyone." As his voice landed, a golden armor appeared on his body. With the appearance of this armor, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the surroundings. And this was only the first piece. Soon, the entire god set appeared on Yi Xian's body. As soon as he put on the god set, Yi Xian's aura instantly changed dramatically. Everyone present was shocked. Even Dugu Lai and the other supreme experts were shocked. This was because the aura emitted from Yi Xian made their hearts palpitate. This aura had exceeded the supreme realm. Even Dugu Lian's expression turned solemn. At this moment, Yi Xian gave him a dangerous feeling. Extremely dangerous. In the distance, Yi Xian laughed savagely, "Die for this daddy." As soon as he spoke, he lightly stomped his foot. Hiss! A ray of golden light flashed through the battlefield. Fast. So fast that no one could see it clearly. Dugu Lian's expression changed drastically because he couldn't see it clearly either. By the time he reacted, a powerful aura had enveloped him. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then a figure was blasted flying. This figure was Dugu Lian. As he retreated, Dugu Lian's body started to crack inch by inch. When he stopped, only his soul remained. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned by this scene. The head of the Dugu clan, Dugu Lian, was defeated just like that. The mind of Dugu Lian, who had already turned into a soul, also went blank. He looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. What equipment is that?" At this moment, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of Yi Ling's iron cage. Looking at Yi Ling, who had already fainted in the iron cage, a powerful killing intent surged out of Yi Xian's body like tidal waves. "Kill!" Yi Xian took a deep breath. "Take care of her." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and charged towards Dugu Lian. The expression of Dugu Lian, who was in soul form, turned grim when he witnessed this scene, and he retreated explosively. Meanwhile, Dugu Lai and 3 other experts of the Dugu clan obstructed Yi Xian's path. All of them were at the supreme realm. Yi Xian didn't waste his breath and just slashed down. At this moment, a mysterious power was gathering all over his body. When this sword slashed down, it was as if it was going to split the world in two. It was incomparably terrifying. The expressions of Dugu Lai and the others changed drastically. They didn't dare act carelessly, and they attacked in unison. 3 destructive forces slammed towards Yi Xian. However, as soon as Yi Xian slashed down, the 3 forces were instantly obliterated. At the same time, Dugu Lai's body was split in half, and not even his soul remained. The expressions of Gu Tong and the others changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they started retreating. However, Yi Xian didn't stop there, and he continued charging at the 2 supreme realm experts of the Dugu clan. The 2 of them turned around and fled. However, Yi Xian's speed far surpassed theirs, and their heads flew into the air in an instant. Instant kill. Instant kill of a Supreme Realm expert. Everyone in the surroundings was horrified when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated explosively. As for Duge Lian, he'd fled a long time ago. Yi Xian turned around to look at Gu Tong and the others. The latter was about to speak when Yi Xian leaped up and slashed down. A golden ray of light descended from the sky. Unstoppable. That was the last thought in Gu Tong's mind. Hiss. Before anyone could react, Gu Tong's body was split in half, and his soul was obliterated. After he killed Gu Tong with a single strike of his sword, Yi Xian turned around and swung his sword, and a ray of light flashed through the surroundings. Hiss. 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 Over 20 Origin Realm experts in the surroundings were instantly killed by that attack. Not a single one of them had survived. There was only one person left, and it was Yan Jia from the Yan clan. Yi Xian looked at Yan Jia and was about to act. Yan Jia's face changed when he saw this, and he hurriedly said, "My friend, my Yan clan has no ill intentions towards you." Yi Xian held the hilt of his sword with his right hand, and he seemed to be hesitating. Yan Jia hurriedly said, "My friend, my Yan clan has no ill intentions towards you." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "I have no ill intentions towards the Yan clan either. You can leave." Yan Jia immediately let out a sigh of relief when he heard that, and then he seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, "My friend, the Gu and Duge clans won't let the matter rest this time. Be careful." He turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment after Yan Jia left, and then he walked over to Yi Ling and Duge Xian. "Let's go." Meanwhile, Duge Xian said, "Let's return to the infernal purgatory." Yi Xian gazed at Duge Xian. "Why?" Duge Xian replied, "We won't be able to go far. The Duge clan and Gu clan won't let the matter rest. Moreover, you need to recuperate, right?" Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he nodded, "Then let's return to the infernal purgatory." As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Ling and asked, "How is she?" Duge Xian stroked Yi Ling's face lightly. "She's fine. Her soul was just slightly damaged." Yi Xian clenched his fists slowly. "I won't let the Duge clan off." As soon as he finished speaking, he carried Yi Ling in his arms and walked towards the infernal purgatory. Duge Xian hurriedly followed him. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the 8th level of the infernal purgatory. As soon as they arrived at the 8th level, the god set on Yi Xian's body vanished, and then Yi Xian fell backwards. At the same time, Yi Xian's body started to tremble violently, and cracking sounds resounded incessantly from his body as if it was about to collapse. Chapter 404. Backlash. Furthermore, it wasn't just one type of backlash. After all, using the invincible golden body would result in a backlash to begin with. Add that to the fact that he was wearing the god's dusk set, and those two types of backlash were extremely terrifying. Unbearable pain. This time, he was truly in unbearable pain. Not only was there a backlash on his body, but his mental power and soul were also suffering. That kind of feeling was truly enough to make him want to die. Beside Yi Xian, Duge Xian's expression greatly changed. She promptly hugged Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian's pained expression, tears once again flowed out of her eyes. She owed him. She naturally owed Yi Xian and Yi Ling. After all, she hadn't fulfilled her responsibility as a mother in the past few years. Especially now, because of her, the two of them had suffered an undeserved calamity. Looking at the two of them lying on the ground, Duge Xian choked with sobs. Just like that, the two of them quietly lay in Duge Xian's embrace. In a boundless starry sky, a woman in a simple dress was calmly walking. As she walked, she entered a pitch-black area. Within the pitch-black darkness, the woman in the simple dress was expressionlessly walking. After an unknown amount of time, the woman in the simple dress suddenly stopped. In front of her, there was a door. The door of kindness was calmly floating there. Above the door, there was a word, Dao. When the woman reached the door, a voice came from inside. Stop. The woman in the simple dress raised her head and looked at the door. A voice came from inside. You reached this place with the body of a mortal. It's truly inconceivable. The woman in the simple dress looked at the door and softly said, the boundless universe is endless. On this journey, I've seen too many strange people and things. Tell me, is there an end to the universe? The voice from inside the door said, if you want to know if there is an end, you have to go to the fifth dimension. The woman in the simple dress shook her head. I don't want to go. The voice from inside the door said, do you know that if you let go of that obsession in your heart, you will completely surpass this world and surpass the Tao? The woman faintly smiled. Tao? Longevity? As she spoke, she shook her head. Not even a strand of his hair. There was silence behind the door. The woman in the plain dress turned around and left. She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly waved her right hand. A strand of sword light directly floated above the door. The woman in the plain dress slowly walked away. At the same time, her voice slowly floated over from afar. Not long after, the woman in the plain dress walked out of the pitch-black land. She raised her head and looked at the end of the starry sky. The disappearance of the two clones must have something to do with you. Where exactly are you? I can't suppress my realm any longer. After a while, she slowly disappeared into the endless starry sky. Endless purgatory. On the 8th floor, Yi Xian felt extremely dizzy and heavy. Are you awake? At this moment, a voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. Dugu Xian's voice. Yi Xian nodded and stood up. He quickly looked at Yi Ling, who was in Dugu Xian's arms. Is she still not awake? Dugu Xian shook her head. No, but she's fine now. Yi Xian gently hugged Yi Ling and softly said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guilt. He was also filled with guilt towards Yi Ling. Guilt. This girl had never had a peaceful life since she was young. This was all because of his incompetence as her brother. At this moment, Dugu Xian suddenly said, Xian, have you already refined that treasure in the storage ring? Yi Xian nodded. It has already recognized me as its master. Dugu Xian glanced at Yi Xian and fell silent. What's wrong? Yi Xian asked. Dugu Xian softly said, this is not an ordinary item. Its origin is extremely mysterious. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for you to obtain it. Yi Xian solemnly said, you also don't know the origin of this item? Dugu Xian shook her head. I obtained this item by chance. At this point, she didn't continue speaking. Seeing that she did not want to say more, Yi Xian did not continue asking about this matter. Dugu Xian continued, actually, if this item is in the hands of the Dugu family, it will not be a good thing for the Dugu family. There are too many people who covet this item. If it is in the hands of the Dugu family would have been destroyed long ago. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. In fact, if it was not for the mysterious woman, he did not know how many times he would have died. This item was not something an ordinary person could possess. At this moment, Dugu Xian looked at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly looked up. In the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. The aura of an expert. Dugu Xian solemnly said, they're here. Yi Xian's face darkened. I have not recovered from my injuries yet. Saying this, he turned his head and looked down. Go to the 9th floor. No. Dugu Xian hurriedly said, you can't go to the 9th floor. Yi Xian was a little confused. Why? Dugu Xian solemnly said, the ninth floor is a forbidden area. Even the top experts of the three aristocratic families do not dare to casually enter. Yi Xian solemnly said, do you know what's down there? Dugu Xian glanced at Yi Xian and softly said, I don't know. However, the ninth floor has always been a forbidden area among the three aristocratic families. Moreover, the three aristocratic families have strict orders that their clansmen are not allowed to enter the ninth floor. Yi Xian bitterly smiled. My injuries have not recovered yet. If I go out, I will definitely die. If I go down, there is still a chance of survival. Dugu Xian was silent. Yi Xian softly said, let's go down. We have no other choice. Dugu Xian was silent for a moment before nodding. Just like that, the three of them arrived at the ninth floor. After entering the ninth floor, Yi Xian and Dugu Xian were a little surprised. This was because the ninth floor was very quiet and empty. No. Yi Xian looked up and saw a little thing lying in a distant corner. This little thing was shaped like a dog and had two small tails. It was sleeping soundly at the moment. At first glance, it looked very cute. However, Yi Xian and Dugu Xian were extremely vigilant. How could something that appeared on the ninth floor be simple? It's this beast. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Senior, do you know what it is? Jian Zizai calmly said, don't provoke it. Yi Xian asked, is it dangerous? Jian Zizai said, it's more dangerous than the people outside. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He hurriedly pulled Dugu Xian to the other side, away from the little demonic beast. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, then took out a pile of purple fire crystals and began to crazily devour them. Recover. What he needed to do now was to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Dugu Xian sat quietly at the side with Yi Ling in her arms. She just looked at Yi Xian, and from time to time, she would look at Yi Ling with satisfaction in her eyes. On the 8th floor. At this moment, there were already 5 Supreme Realm powerhouses gathered here. The leader was an old man in linen. The old man held a long pitch-black walking stick in his hand, and at the top of the walking stick was a black snake as thick as an arm. This person was the previous head of the Dugu family, Dugu Feng. Dugu Feng glanced at the entrance of the 9th floor and said softly, he should have gone down. Behind Dugu Feng, an old man said in a low voice, if he really went down, I'm afraid not even his bones would be left. Dugu Feng shook his head. Not necessarily. As he spoke, he paused for a moment before asking again, is he really that monstrous? The old man said in a low voice, although he used external objects, his own strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, his talent in the sword Dao is extremely high. When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment before he continued, if I'm not wrong, he should have obtained the help of that precious treasure, which is why he has such accomplishments. Dugu Feng nodded slightly. Without the help of that treasure, it would be impossible for him to have such accomplishments. That treasure. My Dugu family must obtain it. The old man said in a low voice, the Gu family and a few other powers should already know that Yi Xian possesses a precious treasure. Even though they haven't done anything yet, they definitely won't give up. At this moment, my Dugu family has probably already fallen into a vortex. Dugu Feng glanced at the old man. Dugu Ming, what are you trying to say? The old man called Dugu Ming fell silent for a moment before he said, I think that my Dugu family should withdraw from this matter now. Dugu Feng frowned slightly. Withdraw from this matter? Dugu Ming nodded. If we give up on Yi Xian and stop for now, then those people in the dark will definitely be unable to sit still. They'll definitely act, and at that time, we'll be able to reap the benefits from the shadows. If we make a move now, then the ones to reap the benefits will be the others. Moreover, Yi Xian isn't a simple person. If we want to deal with him, we'll probably have to pay a price. Du Feng shook his head. We can't. If we stop and someone else makes a move, and that treasure falls into their hands, would we be able to take it back? It's currently in Yi Xian's hands, and Yi Xian has the blood of my Du family flowing in his body. If we make a move, it'll be perfectly justifiable. Du Ming still wanted to say something, but Du Feng shook his head. My Du family cannot give up this treasure, even if we have to pay a price. Du Ming sighed in a low voice. Brother Feng, actually, there's no need for things to go to this extent. No matter what, Yi Xian is half a member of my Du family. With such great talent, entering my Du family is a good thing, isn't it? Du Feng laughed coldly. A good thing? Can you guarantee that he won't destroy my Du family after he matures? This kind of monster, if he's given 10 or 20 years, at that time, who in my Du family can stop him? As he said this, he shook his head. What you're thinking, I've thought of it. However, I don't dare to gamble. Moreover, if we let the siblings and Xian heir return to the Du family, what would the Gu family think? At that time, we'll be in even more trouble. Du Ming was silent for a while. Then, he said, if that's the case, then he must die. Du Feng said softly. All must die. As he said this, he looked down. You guys wait here, I'll personally make a trip down. Du Ming's face changed. Just as he was about to speak, Du Feng shook his head. Don't worry, if I want to leave, there aren't many in this world that can stop me. As he said this, he walked down the 9th floor. P.S. Be a quiet handsome man. Chapter 405. The 9th floor. As soon as Du Feng walked down, he saw Yi Xian and his 2 sons. His gaze lingered on Du Xian for a moment, but it quickly shifted to Yi Xian. Looking at Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his expression was rather complicated. Because the person before him was his grandson. Beside Yi Xian, Du Xian stood up. She looked coldly at Du Feng, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Du Feng looked at Du Xian and sighed slightly. Girl, if you hadn't stubbornly insisted on doing things your own way back then, would things have reached this stage? Du Xian chuckled. Stubbornly insisted on doing things my own way? You knew that I already had someone I liked, yet you still wanted to betroth me to the Gu family. Did you ever care about my feelings? Du Feng said in a low voice, as the eldest daughter of the clan leader, you are indebted to the clan. You should work hard for the clan. Du Xian shook her head slightly. I, Du Xian, have my own life to decide. Du Feng stared at Du Xian. You decide for yourself. Do you know that your decision back then nearly caused the entire clan to be consigned to eternal damnation? Du Xian chuckled. The clan is weak, the Gu family can bully them however they want. Even if I were to marry over, it wouldn't change anything. The Gu family's ambition is great, so great that they won't give up just for a woman. Can't you see this? No, you should be able to see it clearly. You want to use me and delay as long as you can, right? Du Feng's expression was cold. You don't want to marry into the Du family, but what did that man give you? You've been imprisoned until now. Where is that man? Du Xian said softly, he has never let me down. Du Feng said coldly, stubborn. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Have him hand over that treasure, and I can spare the 3 of you from death. Du Xian chuckled. Father, do you think I don't know your character? Whether Xian hands it over or not, you and the Du family won't let him go, right? Du Feng said coldly, he destroyed your brother's body. He even threatened to destroy my Du family. This is your good son? Du Xian shook her head slightly. Don't you know how the Du family has treated them and me? Du Gufeng said indifferently, so you're saying that we can't come to an agreement? Du Guxian was about to speak when Yi Xian stood up. What do you want to talk about? What is there to talk about? Du Gufeng looked at Yi Xian. You want to destroy my Dugu family? Yi Xian nodded. As long as I don't die, the Dugu family will definitely perish. Huh, Du Gufeng suddenly laughed. After laughing for a moment, he looked at Yi Xian and said, destroy my Dugu family? You? As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand, and a powerful aura suddenly appeared here. Du Gufeng didn't see where Yi Xian was standing. He was standing in the direction of the little demonic beast. When that aura appeared, Yi Xian didn't even try to block it and directly let it blast into his body. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying. However, the remaining aura blasted into the little demonic beast. However, the little demonic beast wasn't affected at all. Conversely, Du Gufeng's aura vanished. Du Gufeng was stunned. On the other hand, Yi Xian led Du Guxian and Yi Ling to the side cautiously. Meanwhile, the little demonic beast suddenly opened its eyes. Its pupils were pitch black. The little demonic beast looked at Du Gufeng. Du Gufeng's expression instantly changed. His intuition told him that the demonic beast before him was extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Du Gufeng stared fixedly at the demonic beast, and the demonic beast stared back at him. But it didn't take long for the demonic beast to close its eyes slowly. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw this. Why isn't the demonic beast attacking? On the other hand, Du Gufeng heaved a sigh of relief. He was extremely fearful of this demonic beast of unknown origins. Because he'd never been to the 9th level. Du Gufeng turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. You're quite thoughtful. Unfortunately, it's useless. As he spoke, he clawed at Yi Xian from afar, and a strand of mysterious energy enveloped Yi Xian. He's strong. Yi Xian held tightly onto the hilt of the sword on his waist. Du Gufeng's strength was countless times stronger than Du Gulian's. Perhaps he would be able to resist Du Gufeng's attack if he utilized the invincible golden body or the god set. But in his current state, he was utterly incapable of resisting Du Gufeng's attack. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to resist it even if he couldn't. Yi Xian took a step forward, and then he drew his sword and slashed down. Something instantly seemed as if it was being torn apart, and it was an ear-piercing sound. However, Yi Xian's sword wasn't able to reach its end before his figure was blasted flying and smashed against the wall. Du Gufeng glanced at Yi Xian while killing intent surged explosively within his eyes. Monster! Even though he'd only exchanged a single blow with Yi Xian, he'd realized that it was just as Du Guming had said. Yi Xian was truly too monstrous. Extremely monstrous. One had to know that under normal circumstances, a void-piercing realm powerhouse could be said to be like an ant in front of him. However, Yi Xian forcefully blocked his attack. He must die. If such a monstrous genius wasn't exterminated, he would definitely bring about endless disasters in the future. Even if the person before him was his own grandson. Du Gufeng slowly clenched his right fist, and a powerful force instantly converged on it. Yi Xian was about to attack when Du Guxian blocked his path. Her delicate hands formed a strange seal, and in the next moment, a thin barrier appeared in front of him. At the same time, countless rays of white light suddenly converged within the barrier, and then they formed a tiny white vortex. The space and the surroundings started to tremble. Seeing this, Du Gufeng furrowed his brows. Mysterious forbidden technique. Du Guxian ignored Du Gufeng and turned to look at Yi Xian. Take your sister and leave. Leave the heaven realm, leave this vortex of trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, her delicate hand lightly pointed at Yi Xian. In an instant, a light formation appeared beneath Yi Xian and his sister Yi Ling's feet. In the blink of an eye, the two siblings had already appeared outside the infernal hell. Outside, Yi Xian was stunned. In the next moment, he directly carried his sister and went straight to the infernal hell. At this moment, Jian Zizai's voice rang out. Why go back and die? Take your sister and leave. Concentrate on cultivating for 10 years. When you return, the Dugu family and Gu family will all be fleeting clouds to you. Yi Xian said, they're already dead. What's the point of coming back and killing all these people? Jian Zizai said, what's the point of going back and dying now? Yi Xian said, at least I have a clear conscience. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already appeared on the 9th floor with his sister in his arms. At this moment, Dugu Feng and Dugu Xian, who were about to fight, were both stunned. Back again? Dugu Xian looked at Yi Xian. Why did you come back? Yi Xian walked in front of Dugu Xian and placed his sister in her arms. If you can live, then live. If you can't, it's fine. The three of us will die together. Dugu Xian looked at Yi Xian for a long time. Finally, she smiled slightly. All right. If you can live, then live together. If you can't, the three of us will die together. Yi Xian turned to look at Dugu Feng, who was not far away. The latter was staring at him. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the little monster not far away. At this moment, the little monster had already opened its eyes. And it was quietly watching them. Yi Xian smiled slightly and then formed a hand seal with both hands. Then, he began to chant, the world is my eyes. With one eye, I can see the heavens. Inside the tower, Jian Zizai was speechless. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, there was actually no movement. Dugu Feng looked at Yi Xian. No movement? You. As he said this, he suddenly turned his head to look at the little monster not far away. This was because the little monster had already stood up and was currently staring at Yi Xian. What was going on? Dugu Feng frowned. At this moment, the little monster had already walked in front of Yi Xian. It just looked at Yi Xian. Who taught you? Its voice was a little sharp and hoarse, and it also had a mysterious fluctuation. Yi Xian said in a low voice, my master. Jian Zizai was speechless. Master. The little monster stared at Yi Xian. Where is she? Yi Xian said in a low voice, I've already informed her. She should be here soon. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the little monster's expression instantly changed. It suddenly roared, why did you call her over? As it said this, it took a few steps back. Yi Xian said in a low voice, I'm about to be beaten to death. Of course, I have to call someone to help. The small demonic beast suddenly turned its head to look at Dugu Feng. Dugu Feng's expression changed greatly. He was about to speak when the small demonic beast suddenly rushed forward. In an instant, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Dugu Feng. Dugu Feng's expression changed greatly. He never thought that the little demonic beast would suddenly attack. However, his reaction wasn't slow. The moment the little demonic beast attacked, he waved his right hand and a wave of black light shot out. However, before the black light could even get close to the bloody mouth, it vanished into thin air. Dugu Feng's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. He suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, causing his body to explode apart. After that, a black shadow floated out of the 9th level. He had abandoned his body to protect his soul. Dugu Feng was very decisive. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This little monster's strength really is quite terrifying. The little monster stared fixedly at Yi Xian. You can tell her that she doesn't have to come. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, she might be on the verge of coming. The little monster's expression instantly became ferocious when it heard this. At the same time, a violent aura suddenly appeared here. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "She won't come here once I leave." Hearing Yi Xian's words, that ancient and ruthless aura instantly disappeared. On the other hand, Yi Xian added, "However, it's very dangerous outside." The little monster stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "They stay here while I head out." "All right?" The little monster's expression was slightly ferocious. "You intend to use me to protect them?" Yi Xian said, "Yes." The little monster laughed coldly, "Lowly human. Don't even think about it." Yi Xian spoke indifferently, "My master, Jian Zizai, said that if I die, then I'll definitely make all the living beings in the endless purgatory die with me." The little monster was speechless. Chapter 406. In front of Yi Xian, the little monster stared at Yi Xian. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, the human in front of it had angered it. But soon, the killing intent gradually disappeared. The little monster retreated to the side. "Human, tell me, why did she accept a human as a disciple?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Because I am outstanding. Very, very outstanding." Inside the prison pagoda, Jian Zizai's voice sounded, "Please have some face." Yi Xian, hearing Yi Xian's words, the little monster's eyelids twitched. She stared at Yi Xian for a long time, then retreated to a corner and did not say anything. Yi Xian relaxed. He turned to Dugu Xian, "Take good care of Linger." With that, he turned to leave. Dugu Xian suddenly grabbed his arm, "You want to go to the Dugu family?" Yi Xian nodded. Dugu Xian said in a low voice, "Although the Dugu family's two family heads are seriously injured, the Dugu family's overall strength is still there." Yi Xian nodded, "I know." Dugu Xian frowned, "Then why are you still going?" Yi Xian said softly, "They beat my sister." With that, he turned to leave. Watching Yi Xian leave, Dugu Xian was stunned. Soon, Yi Xian quietly left the infernal purgatory. In the vast starry sky, Yi Xian glanced around. There were still some experts in the darkness. In the darkness, Yi Xian was silent for a moment. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared. About 15 minutes later, more than 10 corpses appeared. These corpses had been sucked clean. Assassination. Facing the Dugu family, he naturally would not choose to fight recklessly. Since he could not win openly, he would use the dark. Soon, Yi Xian disappeared from the field. And not long after Yi Xian disappeared, a black figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the infernal purgatory. The black shadow glanced at the infernal purgatory and said softly, "That tower has appeared, we have to inform the Holy Lord." With that, he turned around and disappeared. In the distant starry sky, there was a palace. Above the palace, there were 9 giant dragons soaring and circling. Weiyang Palace. This was the number 1 force in the never-ending star domain, the never-ending star palace. In the hall, a petite woman sat quietly. Not far from her, a black-robed man knelt. After an unknown period of time, the petite girl suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at the black-robed man in front of her with an expressionless face. "Are you sure?" The black-robed man hurriedly said, "He has already arrived at the never-ending star zone." However, at this moment, the Dugu clan seems to be targeting him. Other than the Dugu clan, the Gu clan, the Yen clan, the Holy Land, and the northern and southern martial sects have all made their moves. At this point, he looked at the little girl and said, "Palace Master, this subordinate suggests that we should act immediately and seize that treasure." The little girl looked at the black-robed man. "My endless palace cannot participate in this matter." The black-robed man was stunned for a moment before he quickly replied, "Yes." With that, he quietly left. After the black-robed man left, the little girl slowly closed her eyes. In her mind, there was a figure that she could not get out of her mind. The Dugu clan. As one of the 3 great aristocratic families in the Heaven region, the Dugu clan was naturally famous in the entire Heaven region. Therefore, Yi Xian easily found out the location of the Dugu clan. Yu City. This Yu City was a subsidiary city of the Dugu clan, and the Dugu clan was in this Yu City. Yi Xian quietly snuck into the Yu City. On the streets, he slowly walked. Jian Zizai suddenly said, "For your sister, you are willing to do anything?" Yi Xian said, "What do you want to say?" Jian Zizai smiled and said, "Nothing. I just want to tell you that on your future path of the Great Tao, feelings will be your greatest burden and also your greatest weakness." Yi Xian stopped and said softly, "Miss Jian, forgive me for being presumptuous, but if your mother can come back to life, are you willing to exchange your life's cultivation for her?" Jian Zizai fell silent. Yi Xian continued, "I, Yi Xian, am still alive. I want to become stronger, and I also want to see the prosperity of this world. I want to have the strength to destroy the world with a single sword strike. However, I hope that my friends and family are still around. If I don't have family and friends, so what if I am at the peak of the sword way?" After saying that, he walked into the distance. Jian Zizai said again, "Longevity and the Great Tao are really not that important to you?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "They are important, but my sister is more important." As he said that, he raised his head and looked into the distance. "The Dugu clan captured my sister and beat her. I will make them pay 100 times the price." Jian Zizai said softly, "Sister Doting Demon." Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the Dugu clan's mansion. It was very big, like a palace. Looking at the Dugu clan's mansion, Yi Xian smiled slightly. In the next moment, he disappeared. 15 minutes later, a corpse suddenly appeared in front of the Dugu clan's mansion. The Dugu clan was shocked. Not long after, 2 more corpses appeared in front of the Dugu clan's mansion. They were all people from the Dugu clan. At that moment, an old man appeared at the door. The old man coldly looked around, then stopped at the door and did not leave. However, not long after, another corpse appeared in front of the Dugu clan's mansion, not far from the old man. Seeing this, the old man's expression immediately changed. He was shocked. This was because he did not know how the corpse had appeared. Soon, the entire Dugu clan was shaken. Not long after, many experts appeared around the Dugu clan's mansion. In a large hall, Dugu Lian sat quietly. At that moment, he and his father, Dugu Feng, were both in soul form. The father and son were both sitting in the hall. It was not easy to form a physical body, so the 2 of them had not formed a physical body yet. Apart from the 2 of them, there were a few elders in the hall. At that moment, everyone's expressions were extremely ugly. Someone is targeting the Dugu clan. At this moment, an old man suddenly said with a heavy voice, "And even now, we still don't know who it is." Dugu Feng suddenly said with a heavy voice, "Our Dugu clan hasn't had any opponents recently. Is it that Yi Xian?" Below, the old man shook his head, "That's not very likely. His strength is not bad, but he's not that powerful." Dugu Feng said softly, "If it's not him, then who is it?" The old man said with a heavy voice, "No matter who it is, he's currently targeting our Dugu clan. We need to find him." Just when Dugu Feng was about to say something, a guard suddenly ran in. Everyone looked at the guard, who said rather frantically, "Patriarch, there are over a dozen more corpses outside. Most of them are Origin Realm experts. They were all killed with a single strike. His methods were clean and efficient. It's him." At this moment, Dugu Lian suddenly said, "It's him." Everyone looked at Dugu Lian, who smiled viciously, "I've seen that little bastard's expression before. He's a vicious person. He said he wanted to destroy our Dugu clan. Now, he's here. Dugu Feng said with a heavy voice, it's impossible for him to have such strength. Dugu Lian smiled and said, Father, that supreme treasure is with him. With that supreme treasure, anything is possible. Dugu Feng fell silent. Below, the old man stood up. If it really is him, then there might be more than one person behind him. Now, he has come without a trace. We can't stop him at all. Dugu Lian said, bring out all the shadows. I refuse to believe that he won't give himself away at all. Very soon, all the experts of the Dugu clan moved out. The surroundings of the Dugu clan were filled with guards. Not only were there openly, but there were many hidden as well. After so many experts appeared, no more people from the Dugu clan died. Outside the Dugu clan, in a corner of a street, Yi Xian held his sword with both hands as he silently leaned against the wall. Jian Zizai suddenly asked, You're not going to do anything? Yi Xian said indifferently, There's no rush. It's only interesting to kill this person slowly. Jian Zizai said with a smile, Actually, Yi Xian, there are many times when I quite admire you. I like that you always take revenge. Yi Xian said indifferently, Haven't you always wanted to kill me? Jian Zizai said, Can't I kill you just because I admire you? Yi Xian was speechless. Jian Zizai suddenly said, Do you know what the little monster on the 9th floor is? Yi Xian shook his head, It seems to be very afraid of you. Jian Zizai said indifferently, Do you know why it's so weak? Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. How could it be weak? Jian Zizai said again, It's because I forcibly scattered its primordial spirit back then. Otherwise, with its strength, this infernal purgatory might not be able to trap it. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Jian, did you really destroy the entire god race? Jian Zizai was silent for a moment, then said, The destruction of the god race doesn't have much to do with me. I only killed a few people from the god race. What really destroyed the god race was their arrogance, their incomparable arrogance. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Among the races you know, which one is the strongest? Jian Zizai said, It should be the legendary ancient people. Ancient people? Yi Xian slightly frowned. Jian Zizai said, A race that once wanted to attack the 5th dimension. Unfortunately, for some reason, they suddenly disappeared without a trace. They either fought their way into the 5th dimension, or they were completely wiped out. Yi Xian said softly, Can't we enter the 5th dimension? Jian Zizai said indifferently, You're lucky because you have the highest chance of entering. Of course, that's if you can survive. After saying this, she paused for a moment, then said, I've always been curious as to why this broken pagoda would appear in the 4th dimension. Yi Xian sternly said, I think it came for me. Jian Zizai suddenly laughed. After laughing for a moment, she said, Yi Xian, Yi Xian, your skin is really the thickest in the entire universe. Yi Xian was speechless. One day later, Yi Xian disappeared from a corner. When he reappeared, he was already in the Dugu family's residence. Not long after, corpses of experts appeared in the Dugu family's residence. All of these corpses had their throats slit. Dugu Feng appeared in the sky above the Dugu family's residence. He coldly looked around. Yi Xian, what kind of man are you to plot against people behind their backs? If you have the ability, then come out. There was no response. At this moment, Yi Xian had already appeared in a large hall. In front of him was Dugu Lian. At this moment, Dugu Lian was looking at Yi Xian in fear. A sword was pressed against Dugu Lian's neck. Dugu Lian forced himself to calm down. Yi Xian, Yi Xian grinned. Good uncle, nephew will send you on your way. As his voice fell, he slashed down with his sword. Chi! Dugu Lian's soul directly disappeared, but Yi Xian's complexion greatly changed. Chapter 407. A man appeared behind Yi Xian. It was a soul, and it was Dugu Lian. A trap. Yi Xian knew that he'd fallen into a trap. He didn't panic and turned around. At this moment, over a dozen experts appeared in the surroundings. All of them were at the Supreme Realm. Obviously, the entire Dugu clan had come out. The leader was Dugu Feng. Dugu Feng stared coldly at Yi Xian. "I never expected it to be you." Yi Xian laughed, surprised. Dugu Feng spoke coldly, "Yi Xian, I never expected you to come to my Dugu clan. You've got guts." Yi Xian smiled faintly, "Are you sure I came alone?" Dugu Feng's eyes narrowed, "Who else is behind you?" Yi Xian laughed, "Take a guess." Dugu Feng was about to speak when Dugu Lian suddenly laughed, "What's the point of wasting time with him? Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian stomped his right foot on the ground. In an instant, a powerful aura swept out from his body, causing the entire hall to collapse. Invincible golden body and god set. At this moment, he had no choice but to use his trump card against so many experts. Dugu Lian's face fell when he saw Yi Xian donning the god set. "Watch out!" As soon as he finished speaking, a golden beam of light pierced through the head of one of the experts from the Dugu clan. Instant kill. It was an instant kill. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. Because it was too exaggerated. Killing a Supreme Realm expert in an instant? At this moment, Yi Xian looked at Dugu Feng. The latter's face fell, and he was about to retreat when Yi Xian suddenly vanished. In the next moment, a beam of light appeared in front of him. Soul-setting sword. This sword was targeted at souls. Dugu Feng's heart trembled when he saw Yi Xian's sword, because he could feel how terrifying it was. If he still had his fleshly body, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of this sword. However, he was now in soul form, and his strength wasn't just a little bit weaker than before. Especially since this sword was specifically targeted at souls. Dugu Feng didn't hesitate and turned to flee. However, Yi Xian's sword was even faster. Chi! Before everyone's eyes, Yi Xian's sword pierced through Dugu Feng's forehead. Dugu Feng's soul instantly started to turn illusory after being pierced by the sword. At this moment, Dugu Feng's face was ashen. He knew that he was finished. On the other side, Dugu Lian, who was also a soul body, retreated rapidly and retreated behind a group of experts. This was because he could sense. After killing Dugu Feng with a single strike, Yi Xian grinned. This grin was somewhat ferocious, and it made one shudder. Opposite Yi Xian, Dugu Lian hurriedly said, "Please welcome the forefather. Quickly invite the ancestor here." Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly vanished, and then a ray of golden light flashed. Hiss! The head of another expert from the Dugu clan flew into the air. It was a slaughter. After he utilized the invincible gold armor and the god set, Yi Xian's strength could be said to have risen to an extremely terrifying level. Especially the god set, it allowed him to be invincible. Because even those experts at the Supreme Realm couldn't harm him at all. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to start a slaughter within the Dugu clan estate, and practically no one could stop a single strike of his sword. Dugu Feng could in the past, but unfortunately, he'd been heavily injured by that little demon beast at the 9th level. Numerous shrill cries resounded incessantly from the Dugu clan. On the other hand, Yi Xian's target was Dugu Lian. He chased after Dugu Lian madly because he hadn't forgotten how Dugu Lian had treated Yi Ling that day. Dugu Lian's expression changed drastically when he saw that Yi Xian was targeting him, and he retreated repeatedly. Meanwhile, the experts of the Dugu clan died one after another in front of him. At this moment, Dugu Lian was truly panicking. They'd set up a trap for Yi Xian. However, he hadn't expected that Yi Xian's strength would actually be terrifying to such an extent after he donned the god set. Their ambush had failed, and they'd been killed instead. Dugu Lian retreated repeatedly, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the Dugu clan's ancestral hall. Meanwhile, Yi Xian pursued him all the way here. After he killed an expert of the Dugu clan, Yi Xian slashed his sword towards the ancestral hall. However, a mysterious force suddenly appeared in the surroundings when it was just a few meters away from the ancestral hall. In an instant. Bang! Yi Xian's sword energy instantly shattered. Seeing this, Dugu Lian suddenly turned his head to look at the ancestral hall. At this moment, Yi Xian, who wasn't far away, turned around and fled. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he'd already disappeared into the horizon. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, an illusory white figure suddenly floated out from the ancestral hall. As this white figure appeared, the surrounding space directly trembled. Seeing this white figure, Dugu Lian hurriedly bowed deeply. "Greetings, ancestor." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the spot where Yi Xian was originally standing. However, that spot was now empty. Escaped. Escaped. Dugu Lian's expression instantly became extremely ugly, as if he'd eaten shit. Yi Xian left Yu City and entered a mountain range. In a cave, as soon as Yi Xian entered the cave, he directly lay on the ground, and then his whole body began to twitch. Backlash. Every time he used the invincible golden body and the god set, he would suffer a backlash. Although it was not a good feeling, he had no other choice. Right now, if he didn't use these external items, how could he fight against the Dugu family? Just like this, after a day and a night, Yi Xian slowly woke up in the cave. At this moment, he still felt weak all over. Yi Xian hurriedly took out the purple fire crystal and began to devour it. At this moment, Jian Zizai suddenly said, "If you didn't escape just now, you would have died without a doubt." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Even with the god set, I still can't beat that person." Jian Zizai sneered. "Right now, if we were to talk about your normal strength, you wouldn't even be able to beat a Supreme Realm expert. If it weren't for the invincible golden body and the god set, you would have died a long time ago. However, the martial emperor golden body and the god set aren't invincible. Moreover, you can't unleash the true power of the god set. To put it simply, that person can't destroy the god set, but he can destroy you. Do you understand?" Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Understood." 2 hours later, Yi Xian left the cave and went straight to the Dugu family. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived before the Dugu family's mansion again. This time, he still concealed his aura. It wasn't over yet. Very soon, Yi Xian snuck into the stock market silently again. Half a quarter of an hour later, corpses appeared in the Dugu family. These corpses had appeared without a sound. In a large hall, Dugu Lian, who sat at the head of the table, stared ahead. At this moment, basically all the experts of the Dugu family were in this hall. In the hall, an expert of the Dugu family said in a low voice, he's here again." Dugu Lian looked at Dugu Ming, who was beside him. "Uncle Ming, you've always been resourceful. What do you think?" Dugu Ming was silent for a moment, and then he said, "This person definitely won't let this matter go. If he doesn't come out, the Dugu family can't do anything to him. Unless..." Dugu Lian hurriedly asked. "Unless what?" Dugu Ming said in a low voice, "Unless we find help." Dugu Lian frowned slightly. "Find the Gu family or the Yen family?" Dugu Ming said softly, "The Yen family will definitely not help us because the Dugu family has always been close to the Gu family. They can't wait for us to be destroyed. Thus, we can only find the Gu family. If we do that, we must sacrifice something." Everyone instantly fell silent when they heard this. Sacrifice something. Dugu Ming laughed bitterly. The Yen family doesn't have good intentions, and the Gu family isn't kind either. If the Dugu family asks for help from them, they'll definitely suck our blood. Moreover, the Dugu family won't dare to have any designs on that treasure in the future. When he spoke up to this point, he shook his head slightly. Actually, the Dugu family doesn't have the ability to think about that treasure anymore. Now, there are only two paths before us. Either we make peace with Yi Xian, or we find a way to annihilate him. Make peace? Dugu Lien laughed coldly. Uncle Ming, do you think we can still make peace with him? He killed my father and so many people from the Dugu family. How can we make peace with him? Dugu Ming said solemnly, then there's only one path left. Dugu Lien said fiercely, if this person doesn't die, the Dugu family will definitely be destroyed in the future. No, the Dugu family is already in no peace. Let's find the Gu family. Dugu Ming looked at Dugu Lien and said solemnly, we'll have to pay a huge price. Dugu Lien looked at Dugu Ming coldly. Our family is about to be annihilated. Dugu Ming sighed softly. Then let me go to the Gu family. Dugu Lien nodded. That would be for the best. Dugu Ming turned and left. In the hall, Dugu Lien's eyes were closed. No one knew what he was thinking. In the entire Dugu family mansion, people were dying at every moment. It could be said that the Dugu family was in a state of panic. Many people had already started to escape, especially the servants of the Dugu family. Most of them had already escaped. Facing this person in the dark, the Dugu family was helpless. In the room, Dugu Lien, who was already a soul, was also panicking. Originally, the Dugu family's Dugu Feng had the ability to keep Yi Xian in check. However, Dugu Feng insisted on going to the 9th level of Inferno Hell and was heavily injured by that mysterious demon beast. As of now, there was no one in the Dugu family who could keep Yi Xian in check. That day, the Dugu family's patriarch appeared, but Yi Xian turned around and escaped. That day, Dugu Lien almost died from anger. Wait. All Dugu Lien could do now was wait for Dugu Ming to invite the experts of the Gu family. At this moment, Dugu Ming suddenly raised his head to look outside the door. There, a bloody head flew in. Seeing this scene, Dugu Lien's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly stood up. At this moment, another bloody head flew in. P.S. After I was discharged from Junyi with my father, we came to the county. Because of uremia and diabetes, he had to go to the hospital for dialysis 3 times a week. I thought that everything would slowly get better, but I didn't expect that yesterday, he would suddenly lose all his strength. I brought him to the hospital. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, he went into shock due to low blood pressure. The doctors couldn't save him and he passed away at 10 o'clock. There's only one chapter today. Tomorrow, the day after that, or even for many days, there might be fewer and fewer updates. I've been writing the book for 4 years, and there's been a lot of things happening this year. The promised updates are getting fewer and fewer. Sorry. I don't like to write chicken soup articles, but I still want to say this: take good care of your parents, take good care of your wife and children, and also take good care of yourself. Especially your parents. Most of your friends' parents might be old, so while you still have the chance, take care of them and be filial. Chapter 408. Inside the house, the expressions of Dugu Lien and the others were extremely ugly. However, no one dared to go out. The current Yi Xian could be said to be an invincible existence after putting on that godly outfit. Even the Supreme Realm was no match for him. And in the field, no one had surpassed the Supreme Realm. Wait. The only thing they could do now was wait for the experts of the Gu family to arrive. Outside the house, in a corner, Yi Xian stood quietly. Even if someone passed by in front of him, they would not be able to discover his existence. Chaotic energy. Yi Xian discovered that if he became stronger, the chaotic energy would also become stronger. Inside the prison pagoda, Jian Zizai suddenly said, "Why don't you just go in and slaughter them all?" Yi Xian said calmly, "There are at least 6 Supreme Realm experts inside. If I go in now, they will definitely fight to the death. At that time, I will have to put on that godly outfit again and suffer the backlash." Intuition told him that his enemies would not only be the Dugu family, because there were many people who coveted his prison pagoda. And if he suffered the backlash again, he might not be as lucky as before. Jian Zizai said, "You have a lot of thoughts." At this point, she paused slightly and said, "No matter what, the Dugu family is still related to you by blood. Do you really want to be so ruthless?" Yi Xian sneered, "Miss Jian, tell me, if the 3 of us fall into their hands, what will happen to us?" Jian Zizai said softly, "We will definitely die without a complete corpse." Yi Xian said with a smile, "So, why should I show mercy? They don't treat me as family, why should I treat them as family? I'm not stupid." Jian Zizai said with a smile, "Indeed, I will treat others how they treat me." Yi Xian suddenly said with a smile, "Miss Jian, you don't seem to want me to die so much recently." Jian Zizai said, "I just haven't waited for the opportunity." Yi Xian chuckled and did not say anything else. He turned around and disappeared. Plunder. Now that Dugu Lian and the others did not dare to come out, it could be said that no one in the entire Dugu residence could stop him. Moreover, the Dugu family was a big family. So, how could they be lacking in treasures? Soon, Yi Xian began to frantically plunder the Dugu family's treasures. After a while, Yi Xian started to get excited. In the Dugu family, he had found 3 saint-level treasures, a long spear, a long rope, and a broken saber. All 3 items were saint tier. In addition to this, he had obtained over 10 million purple Genesis crystals. Including his previous gains, he now had over 15 million purple Genesis crystals. This amount of wealth could be said to be a lot. He had also obtained countless miscellaneous items. Although each item was not that precious, if all of them were gathered together, it would still be a considerable sum. He had made a killing. This time, it could be said that he had made a killing. After he finished plundering, Yi Xian was about to leave silently. But right at this moment, 3 invisible pressures suddenly appeared in the sky above the Dugu clan estate. Following the appearance of these 3 pressures, an invisible force suddenly began to frantically sweep through every corner of the Dugu clan estate. Sensing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to quietly retreat, the force suddenly swept over him. However, the force did not sense him. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Jian Zizai suddenly said, "What are you so nervous about? This chaotic qi is a divine item after all. How can these people see through it?" Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Understood." After saying this, he quietly retreated. "You're not going to kill Dugu Lian and the others? Killing people is divided into fast and slow. I want to kill them slowly. You obviously know that you can't beat them, so you want to run. I promise you, the Dugu clan will definitely perish." The door to the room suddenly opened, and a white-robed old man walked in. Seeing this white-robed old man, Dugu Lian, who was sitting at the head of the table, immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly got up to greet him. "So it's Senior Gauze. Thank you, Senior Gauze, for coming to help." The old man called Gu Xiu glanced at the people around him and smiled. "My Gu clan and the Dugu clan have been good friends for generations. Now that the Dugu clan is in trouble, how can my Gu clan sit back and do nothing? Now, my Gu clan and the Dugu clan have sent 3 experts here. With them guarding this place, that Yi Xian will definitely not dare to appear again. Dugu Lian said in a deep voice, Senior Gauze, this Yi Xian is not simple. Gauze smiled slightly. I know. However, if he dares to appear, he will definitely die. Dugu Lian said with a smile, that's good. Gauze also smiled slightly, but his smile was a little strange. Yi Xian returned to the 9th floor of the infernal purgatory. As soon as he reached the 9th floor, a beautiful figure threw herself into his arms. Yi Ling. At this moment, Yi Ling had already woken up. Yi Ling hugged Yi Xian tightly, crying loudly. Not far away, Dugu Xian stood quietly, looking at the two siblings. Yi Xian lightly patted Yi Ling's back and smiled. Don't cry, big brother is here. Yi Ling's head continuously rubbed against Yi Xian's chest, causing Yi Xian's face to be covered with snot. After a long time, Yi Ling's emotions gradually calmed down. At this moment, Dugu Xian walked over, and Yi Ling hid behind Yi Xian, not looking at Dugu Xian. Seeing this, Dugu Xian smiled bitterly and retracted her hand. How is the Dugu clan? Yi Xian said, almost all of them have died. Dugu Xian said in a deep voice, be careful of the Gu clan. Gu clan? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why? Dugu Xian said in a low voice, even though the Dugu clan is one of the 3 great clans along with the Gu clan, the Dugu clan's strength is far inferior to the Gu clan. All those years ago, the Gu clan asked me to join them because they hoped to obtain that treasure from you. Now that they know that treasure is in your possession, they will definitely not let you off. Yi Xian was slightly curious. How did you obtain this treasure all those years ago? He'd always been extremely curious about the origins of this treasure, and he knew that this treasure had always been in Dugu Xian's possession. Dugu Xian fell silent for a moment before she said, I'll tell you in the future, all right? Yi Xian nodded. All right. Dugu Xian walked over to Yi Xian, glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, leave the heavenly region and go far away, all right? Yi Xian shook his head. It's too late. He naturally knew that his best option now was to leave this place. Unfortunately, he knew that if he brought Yi Ling and Dugu Xian out, they would definitely be beaten up. There were too many people who had designs on him now. No matter where he ran to, these forces would not let him go. Moreover, he would not leave until the Dugu clan was destroyed. Dugu Xian glanced at Yi Xian and his sister with a complicated expression. She felt extremely guilty. At this moment, she hoped that the treasure was not on Yi Xian. Without this treasure, perhaps Yi Xian would not be so outstanding, but he would not be in so much trouble. In fact, she had greatly underestimated the value of this treasure. At this moment, the little demonic beast not far away suddenly said, human. Yi Xian and his mother looked at the little demonic beast. The little demonic beast stared at Yi Xian. Your master is not here yet? Yi Xian said indifferently, why? The little demonic beast stared at Yi Xian. These days, I've been thinking, why would she accept a human as a disciple? This is absolutely impossible. Moreover, she is not from the same era as you. Therefore, you can't be her disciple. As it spoke, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Dugu Xian's face changed. She hurriedly stood in front of Yi Xian and his sister. Yi Xian pulled Dugu Xian and walked in front of the little demonic beast. The little demonic beast stared coldly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, are you sure I'm not her disciple? The little demonic beast said, prove it to me. As its voice fell, a powerful aura directly enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Miss Jian, help me. Jian Zizai did not respond. Yi Xian's face darkened. It seemed that he could only rely on himself to solve this matter. Yi Xian was about to act when Jian Zizai suddenly said, in front of the divine gate, break the soul with one finger. Yi Xian was stunned, then looked at the little demonic beast. In front of the divine gate, break the soul with one finger. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the little demonic beast's face instantly changed. It retreated rapidly until it retreated to a corner. It stared at Yi Xian, the killing intent in its eyes was gone, only fear. Yi Xian sighed in his heart, Miss Jian, it seems that you were not a good person in the past. Jian Zizai did not say anything. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, his face suddenly changed. He looked up. There was a powerful aura. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "They're here." As Yi Xian's voice fell, a white-robed old man suddenly walked down from the 8th floor. This person was Gauze, who had gone to the Dugu clan previously. Gauze's gaze immediately fell on the little demonic beast in the corner. Seeing this little demonic beast, Gauze's eyes were filled with fear. After a moment of silence, Gauze took out a fruit the size of a fist. As soon as the fruit appeared, a fragrant aroma instantly filled the air. Not far away, the little demonic beast looked at the fruit with a trace of greed in its eyes. Gauze passed the fruit to the little demonic beast and smiled, "Senior, this is a small gift from my Gu clan. I hope that you will accept it." The little demonic beast glanced at Gauze, then grabbed the fruit with its claw. Seeing this scene, a trace of a smile appeared on Gauze's face. Then, he turned to look at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, I'll give you a chance to live. I wonder if you'll take it." Yi Xian asked with a smile, "What way?" Gauze said, "Hand over that divine object, and my Gu clan will let you and your mother live." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then shook his head, "No way. Because you will definitely not give us a chance to live." Gauze's eyes narrowed, "Looks like you're going to walk the path of death." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his right hand, and a powerful force gathered in his palm. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, then he clasped his hands together, "My invincible master, come and save me." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the little demonic beast's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, it directly pounced towards Gauze. "P.S. If I stop updating tomorrow, please forgive me." Chapter 409. Gauze's expression changed drastically when he saw the little demonic beast make its move. He retreated rapidly, but the little demonic beast was even faster. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of him. Gauze was horrified. At this crucial moment, he decisively abandoned his physical body and slapped his abdomen with his right hand. Boom! His physical body collapsed. His soul was about to escape. But at this moment, a sword ray suddenly slashed at his body. Soul-setting sword. With the previous incident with Dugu Feng, Yi Xian was already prepared. Thus, when the little demonic beast made its move, he was already prepared to act. This was to prevent Gauze from abandoning his physical body and using his soul to escape. As the sword entered his soul, Gauze's eyes widened in disbelief. He did not expect the little demonic beast to make a move, nor did he understand why it would do so. Even in death, he did not understand. After Gauze's death, Yi Xian pulled out his sword and took out his netherworld ring to frantically absorb Gauze's soul. To him, this was a great tonic. Although it could not increase his strength immediately, it would be of great use in the future, especially to his soul. The little demonic beast glanced at Yi Xian and retreated to the side. It was somewhat fearful of the current Yi Xian. To be more accurate, it was fearful of that woman. Jian Zizai. That woman. It did not even want to think about her, let alone see her. Thus, when it saw Yi Xian calling for help, it decisively chose to act. Its purpose was to prevent Yi Xian from calling that woman over. And now, it hoped that Yi Xian and the rest would leave quickly. In the distance, Yi Xian used the netherworld ring to absorb Gauze's soul. It had to be said that this feeling was very refreshing. It was extremely refreshing, as if his entire soul was floating. Yi Xian kept the netherworld ring, then turned to Dugu Xian and Dugu Xian. You two stay here. I'll go out for a while. Yi Ling hurriedly hugged his arm. I'll go with you. Yi Xian shook his head. Be good. Stay here. Yi Ling shook his head vigorously. Yi Xian chuckled and said, when you become stronger, then we can fight side by side, okay? Yi Ling lowered his head slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Xian gently rubbed Yi Ling's little head. Wait for me here. Also, don't hate her, okay? Yi Ling suddenly looked up at Yi Xian. No. If it wasn't for her, you wouldn't have suffered so much. I won't forgive her. As she spoke, she began to cry. She would never forget the hardships her brother had suffered, and the reason why her brother had suffered so much was because that woman had left him. If that woman hadn't left, her brother wouldn't have suffered so much. She had hated that woman since she was young. She hated him for his brother. Hearing Yi Ling's words, Dugu Xian, who was not far away, felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Yi Xian gently wiped away the tears on Yi Ling's face and said with a smile, then do you know that she left to save us? Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said softly, at the end of the day, she doesn't owe us anything. On the contrary, in order to protect us, she was imprisoned here for more than 10 years. We owe her. Do you understand? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Dugu Xian, who was not far away, burst into tears. In the distance, Yi Xian said again, even your brother doesn't hate her. Don't hate her, okay? Yi Ling remained silent and did not speak. Yi Xian smiled. Wait for me here. Your brother will go kill some people. After saying that, he turned and disappeared not far away. After Yi Xian left, Dugu Xian walked in front of Yi Ling. Yi Ling lowered his head and did not speak. Dugu Xian said softly, Mother understands that you hate Mother. Can you give Mother a chance? A chance to make up for it. Yi Ling still lowered his head and did not speak. Dugu Xian gently pulled on Yi Ling's arm. Yi Ling tried to pull away, but Dugu Xian held on tightly. After Yi Ling failed to pull away once, he gave up. Seeing this scene, Dugu Xian's face instantly revealed a smile. Not far away, the little demonic beast's expression was somewhat ugly. This Yi Xian did not even plan to leave with these two women. He was clearly using this place as a refuge. In fact, this was Yi Xian's plan. He could attack and retreat. After leaving the infernal purgatory, Yi Xian directly went to the Dugu family. He naturally would not let the Dugu family off. After all, Dugu Lian was not dead yet. As soon as Yi Xian left the infernal purgatory, he felt an aura locking onto him. Sensing this scene, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. After all, he still had the chaotic energy hidden. The opponent could actually lock onto him. Yi Xian was about to turn around and return to the infernal purgatory, but at this time, a light net suddenly appeared in the sky above the infernal purgatory. Then, the space around Yi Xian trembled violently. Countless layers of light rays stacked up and sealed the space around Yi Xian. He was discovered. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He took out the immortal spirit sword. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared not far away from him. The middle-aged man was dressed in a gray robe, holding a black folding fan in his hand. He only had one eye. The middle-aged man sized up Yi Xian and said with a smile, I guess you must be Yi Xian. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed a genius. Especially that concealment technique of yours. If not for this array, I would not have been able to discover you. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. From the Gu family? The middle-aged man nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Is the Gu family going to stand up for the Dugu family? The middle-aged man smiled and waved his folding fan. Not at all. I came here for one thing, and that is to kill. Yi Xian asked, not to snatch the treasure. The middle-aged man smiled. Kill first, then snatch the treasure. Yi Xian smiled. The next moment, he directly took out the Space Dao Law. As the Space Dao Law appeared, his entire body instantly became illusory. The middle-aged man smiled. Trying to use space to escape? Dream on. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand pressed down lightly. Boom! Below, at the entrance of the infernal purgatory, a figure was forced to a stop. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian was forced to a stop on the spot by a powerful force. As soon as Yi Xian raised his head, a fist descended from the sky like a mountain. Its target was him. It was so fast that he could not dodge it at all. Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword and stabbed upwards. Buzz! A sword cry suddenly resounded in the sky. Then, a sword light directly slashed the fist. Boom! The entire sky shook violently. On the other hand, Yi Xian, who was on the ground, retreated rapidly. This time, he retreated more than 1,000 feet. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, the middle-aged man appeared not far away in front of him. The middle-aged man walked slowly toward Yi Xian with a smile on his face. Not bad, not bad. You took a punch from me head-on, and you only suffered a small injury. Not bad. As he spoke, he suddenly clenched his right hand. In an instant, a powerful fist intent appeared in the surroundings, causing the entire space to tremble. Below, Yi Xian's face changed. His right hand gripped the sword hilt tightly. Two sword intents flowed into the scabbard like spring water. At the same time, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from his body. Invincible golden body. Facing the middle-aged man, he did not dare to underestimate him. He directly displayed the invincible golden body. In the sky, the middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian with a trace of surprise in his eyes. What kind of divine art is this? It's quite powerful. Yi Xian did not speak nonsense. He suddenly stomped his right foot. Boom! Yi Xian rose from the ground. In the sky, Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed. Buzz! A sword cry resounded in the sky. As the sword cry resounded, a sword light fiercely slashed down from the sky. As the sword fell, the space above the middle-aged man's head directly distorted. Below Yi Xian, the middle-aged man grinned, he really is a monstrous genius. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly smashed his fist upwards. Bang! The space and the surroundings trembled violently. Yi Xian's sword light was forcefully stopped by this force. At the same time, Yi Xian retreated repeatedly in midair. However, he'd only retreated a few steps before he stopped. After that, he charged forward swiftly and slashed his sword down once more. The middle-aged man raised his hand and smashed his fist forward. Everywhere his fist descended, space sunk down, and it was an extremely shocking sight. Bang! A world-shaking explosion resounded in the sky, and then the middle-aged man beneath Yi Xian retreated repeatedly by over 30 m. As soon as he stopped, the space behind him instantly collapsed. At the same time, a flying sword suddenly flew out from the space in front of him at an extremely swift speed. Void flash. The middle-aged man grinned when he saw this sword strike, not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, he clamped his fingers together lightly. This caused the sword light before him to instantly vanish, and Yi Xian's sword was between his fingers. A wisp of a smile arose on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth. No wonder even a Supreme Realm expert was unable to harm you. You really are extraordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword between his fingers suddenly flew out and slashed directly at Yi Xian. It was swift. This sword strike was extremely swift, and it was even swifter than the attack Yi Xian had executed earlier. Yi Xian was shocked, and he didn't dare act carelessly. He stretched his right hand forward and clenched it forcefully. This clench of his felt like he'd grabbed onto the sword, but the formidable force contained within it blasted him to the point he was blasted back repeatedly, and he moved 300 m back. After Yi Xian stopped moving, he glanced at his arm. At this moment, his entire arm had cracked apart, and fresh blood was seeping out incessantly from it. Yi Xian's heart shook. This person's strength is so terrifying. The middle-aged man walked slowly towards Yi Xian. No wonder the Dugu family stopped at nothing to kill you. You really have to die. If you don't die, I won't be able to rest at ease. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his right hand down lightly. In an instant, a destructive force suddenly swept down from the sky. At this moment, it seemed as if the sky was about to collapse, and it was extremely shocking. Below, the corners of Yi Xian's eyes twitched. A moment later, he turned around and fled into Avatar Purgatory. In midair, the middle-aged man was stunned. He ran. He ran just like that. In midair, the middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in Avatar Purgatory. However, he'd just entered Avatar Purgatory when a black-robed man suddenly appeared before him. A sword was floating above the black-robed man's palm. When he saw this sword, the middle-aged man's expression instantly changed, and his eyes were filled with seriousness and fear. In the distance, the black-robed man spoke softly, "Take another step forward and I'll obliterate your soul." The middle-aged man was speechless. P.S. Please forgive me recently. Sorry. Truly sorry. Chapter 410. The middle-aged man stared fixedly at the black-robed man. After a moment, he smiled slightly. I knew it. How could an arrogant person like Yi Xian survive until now if there's no one behind him? He paused for a moment and said, "May I know who you are?" As he spoke, his right hand slowly clenched, and a mysterious force quietly condensed. Opposite him, the black-robed man took a step forward. This step was very calm, very calm, and there were no fluctuations of aura. However, the middle-aged man's expression was extremely vigilant. Because he knew that many times, some experts had reached the level of returning to simplicity. Every word and action contained the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Although he didn't feel any aura of the grand Tao at this moment, he still didn't dare to be careless. The more ordinary one was, the more extraordinary it might be. At this moment, the sword in front of the black-robed man suddenly trembled slightly. Seeing this sword, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. With this retreat, his aura instantly weakened greatly. Noticing this scene, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted slightly, and he was greatly shocked. How could he be forced back by a sword? So, he took another 2 steps forward. With this, his aura instantly strengthened greatly. The middle-aged man's heart relaxed slightly. When he looked at the sword again, his eyes were filled with deep fear. His heart of martial arts had almost been broken by a sword. In the distance, the black-robed man suddenly said, "You're not bad to be able to stabilize your heart of martial arts after seeing this lord." The middle-aged man glanced at the black-robed man and slowly clenched his right hand. "May I know your name?" The black-robed man said, "A name is just a code. So what if I know? So what if I don't know? Listen, go back and wait. In 5 days, this lord and this disappointing disciple of mine will personally come to the Gu family. At that time, us master and disciple will put an end to the Gu family." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. "You want to go to my Gu family?" The black-robed man said, "No." The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, and then said, "In 5 days, I, Gu Jian, will be waiting for your arrival at the Gu family." With that, he turned and left. After Gu Jian left, the black-robed man turned and ran. This black-robed man was naturally Yi Xian. In the second level of the infernal purgatory, Yi Xian's expression was extremely grave. This was because he realized that there was still a huge gap between him and the man called Gu Mo. Unless he used the God set, he wouldn't be a match for his opponent. Even if he used the God Legion set, he wasn't completely confident that he could kill his opponent. If he couldn't kill his opponent, he would die for sure. Most importantly, he could not leave with Yi Ling and Dugu Xian, as there were too many people who had designs on him. Dragging it on like this wasn't a solution either. Power. Yi Xian's face darkened. At this moment, he still felt that his strength was severely lacking. Right now, even if he were to face a supreme being, he would not be afraid at all. However, this ancient scythe was clearly above the supreme realm. The difference in their realms was too great. Even with godly equipment, it was impossible to make up for it. Breakthrough. Yi Xian sat down and thought, "Miss Jian, if I want to reach the origin realm," Jian Zizai suddenly said, "Don't ask me, my realm is too low, I don't understand." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Miss Jian, didn't you also come up step by step?" "You." Jian Zizai said, "I became a god in 1 step, unlike you." Yi Xian was stunned, then curled his lips. "Became a god in 1 step? Who are you fooling?" Jian Zizai said softly, "The Tao seems very close, but it's not that close." For some people, the distance between them and the Tao was extremely far. However, for others, the distance between them and the Tao was only a single step. There are many such people in the world. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Miss Jian, then tell me, is it better to become a god step by step, or to become a god in 1 step?" Jian Zizai was silent for a moment, then said, "Is there any point in asking these questions? In short, you just need to understand one thing, and that is that you are currently very weak, understand?" Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, Yi Xian spread out his right hand and gently clenched it. In an instant, the space trembled slightly, sensing origin energy. An hour later, Yi Xian was overjoyed because he felt a mysterious energy. He hurriedly used spatial force to condense it, and very soon, a black dot the size of a grain of rice appeared in his palm. Yi Xian was struck dumb at the sight of this black dot. "Isn't the origin chi purple?" After a moment of silence, he did not think too much about it and continued to condense it. Gradually, the black dot in his palm grew larger and larger. By now, it was already the size of a thumb, and this black dot contained a power. Yi Xian's expression was somewhat solemn because he felt that there was something wrong with this power, but he did not know what was wrong. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Miss Jian, is there something wrong?" Jian Zizai said, "There's nothing wrong, continue." Yi Xian nodded slightly and continued to condense it. Very soon, a black vortex appeared in his palm. As the black vortex appeared, the surrounding space suddenly trembled. At the same time, the space in front of him began to become illusory. Yi Xian's expression changed. "Miss Jian, what's going on?" Jian Zizai was silent for a moment, then said, "Spiritual qi." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "What is spiritual qi?" Jian Zizai said, "It's the spiritual qi that is emitted after a person dies. No one knows how many people have died here, and endless spiritual qi has gathered here. It is the most corrosive type of spiritual qi in this world besides the death qi." Yi Xian retreated again and again because the space in front of him began to disappear bit by bit. It was extremely terrifying. Jian Zizai said again, "Control them." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, how do I control them? Jian Zizai said, control them how you condense them. Yi Xian tried his best to calm himself down. He raised his right hand slightly and began to slowly clench it. Gradually, the spiritual qi in front of him began to slowly shrink until it disappeared. Seeing the spiritual qi disappear, Yi Xian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Miss Jian, this spiritual qi is really terrifying. Jian Zizai said, above the origin realm is the supreme realm, but very few people know that there is a hidden realm between the origin realm and the supreme realm, which is the spiritual qi realm. Source qi is yang, yin energy is yin energy. Now that you've gained control of this yin energy, it's actually a good thing for you. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, which is stronger, spiritual qi or source qi? Jian Zizai said, guess. Yi Xian, Jian Zizai said, the yin spiritual energy is extremely corrosive. It can even corrode the origin of space. If you can control it well, even without the invincible golden body or the God Legion set, you can still kill a peerless realm expert. Most importantly, after you have mastered spiritual qi, if you can control source qi and combine the two, there will be a surprise. Yi Xian nodded, thank you for your guidance, Miss Jian. Jian Zizai said, there is a lot of yin spiritual qi in the infernal purgatory. You can condense it into yin spiritual qi swords, and then use these yin spiritual qi swords as flying swords against enemies in the future. Yin spiritual qi is qi, and it is very different from ordinary flying swords. It will have a miraculous effect. Yi Xian nodded slightly, understood. As he spoke, he began to slowly condense the spiritual qi. Soon, a sword appeared in front of him, a pitch-black sword. Yin-yang sword of qi. The whole sword was 3 feet long, without a hilt. It was completely black and exuded an extremely cold aura. Yi Xian's expression was solemn because this sword scar was dangerous. He did not dare to touch it unless he used the invincible golden body. Otherwise, even if his body had been tempered by the dragon blood, it would not be able to withstand the corrosion of the spiritual qi. Yi Xian carefully put the spiritual qi sword into the world prison pagoda. As soon as he entered the world prison pagoda, Xiao Linger flew over. However, when she saw the sword, her expression changed drastically. The next moment, she suddenly punched. Boom! The sword was directly blown away. Xiao Linger wanted to attack again, but Yi Xian hurriedly stopped her. Xiao Linger, what are you doing? Xiao Linger glanced at the sword with a cold expression, evil aura. Yi Xian smiled bitterly, then said, I am used to fight bad people. To fight bad people, you need to use evil things, understand? Xiao Linger did not speak. She still stared at the sword with an unfriendly expression. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. After a while, under his constant persuasion, Xiao Linger expressed that she was willing to temporarily let go of the sword. Looking at Xiao Linger not far away, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Miss Jian, she seems to have become stronger again. Jian Zizai said, she has the body of origin, so it is natural for her to improve quickly. Yi Xian nodded slightly, you can't tell her that she is very good at fighting. He found that Xiao Linger's strength was really terrifying. If she knew that she was very good at fighting, this little guy would probably be lawless. After a while, Yi Xian left the prison pagoda and went to the 3rd level of infernal purgatory, where he continued to condense yin spiritual qi swords. 4 days later. The Gu family. As the head of the 3 great families in the heavenly domain, the Gu family's strength was naturally unquestionable, and the Gu family's foundation could be said to be the thickest among the 3 great families. On this day, all the experts of the Gu family returned. Gu Sickle stood in the air above the Gu family's mansion, his hands behind his back, standing quietly. The surroundings were very quiet, but all the experts of the Gu family were in the dark. On this day, the whole Gu family was waiting. Waiting for Yi Xian. To be precise, waiting for the mysterious black-robed man. They waited and waited, from morning to noon, and from noon to night, but Yi Xian and the mysterious black-robed man still did not appear. At night, an old man suddenly appeared beside Gu Sickle. Will they come? Gu Sickle's expression was calm. Wait. The old man nodded slightly and retreated. Soon, from night to dawn, there was still no trace of Yi Xian and the black-robed man. In the air, Gu Sickle's face was extremely gloomy. Infernal purgatory. Aren't you going to the Gu family? Did I say I'm going? You did. Oh. I won't go for now. Why? I can't beat them. I'll go when I can beat them. Jian Zizai. P.S. This is the first time I've experienced the departure of a loved one. In life, really, loved ones are the most important. I've been very busy these 2 days. I've been writing a little during the night watch, but I feel like I can't keep it up anymore. If I stop updating, please forgive me. Chapter 411. Above the Gu residence, Gu Scythe clenched his right hand tightly, his expression cold. He knew that he might have been fooled. But how could such an expert go back on his word? An old man appeared beside Gu Scythe. The old man looked at the horizon and frowned. Is that person really that strong? Gu Scythe said softly, a sword almost broke my martial heart. What do you think? The old man said in a low voice, such an expert should not go back on his word. Gu Scythe shook his head, no matter what, this person is not ordinary. Our Gu family cannot underestimate him. The old man said, naturally, I have checked on Yi Xian's background. The treasure should be on him. Apart from that, there seems to be a mysterious expert behind him. He has been in danger several times, but he has survived it silently. But we have no idea who he is or where he came from. Gu Scythe said indifferently, no matter who he is, our Gu family must get that treasure. If we can get it, our Gu family will be able to surpass the North and South martial sects, and even the Weiyang Star Palace. The old man said in a low voice, but if we really get it, I'm afraid it will be a disaster. Gu Scythe said, let's take a gamble. The old man nodded, as if thinking of something. He said, as far as I know, Yi Xian and the Yun family have a grudge. Gu Scythe said, contact the Yun family, and maintain the formation at the infernal hell. Don't let this person out. The old man nodded. There has always been someone maintaining the formation, but the demonic beast on the 9th floor. Hearing this, Gu Scythe's expression suddenly became serious. The Gu family was also quite afraid of the infernal hell. Gu Scythe was silent for a moment, then said, I will think of a way to deal with it. With that, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. Dugu family. Because of Yi Xian, there were only a few people left in the Dugu family. It could be said that the current Dugu family was no longer qualified to be on the same level as the Yen family and Gu family. Within a large hall, Dugu Yen, who was still in his soul form, sat quietly, his expression somewhat malevolent. Because of Yi Xian, the Dugu family's strength had been greatly reduced. Some of the surrounding forces had already begun to slowly nibble away at the Dugu family's surrounding industries. As for the Dugu family, they had no power to resist, nor did they dare to resist. At this moment, Dugu Ming walked into the hall. Seeing Dugu Ming, Dugu hurriedly stood up. Is he dead? Dugu Ming shook his head. Dugu Lien sat down. Even the Gu family can't kill him. Dugu Ming glanced at Dugu Lien. We have to leave the heaven region. Leave the heaven domain. Dugu Lien narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Dugu Ming said in a low voice, now that our Dugu family has lost its power, if we continue to stay here, only death awaits us. If we bring our people away now, we still have a chance to make a comeback. Dugu Lien said in a somewhat sinister voice, are we just going to let the people of my Dugu family die? Dugu Ming sighed softly, if this goes on, more people will die in the family. Dugu Lian clenched his fists tightly, Yi Xian must die. Dugu Ming glanced at Dugu Lian, then quietly retreated. Outside the hall, Dugu Ming looked at the horizon and said softly, there's no hope. With that, he immediately left. Leave the Dugu family. In the end, he still chose to leave the Dugu family, because he could not see any hope. In the hall, Dugu Lian was silent for a moment, then he came to the Dugu family's ancestral hall. In the center of the ancestral hall, there was a statue of a middle-aged man. Dugu Lian was silent for a long time, then he slowly knelt down. Ancestor, the Dugu family has suddenly encountered a great change. This unfilial son respectfully requests the ancestor's soul to appear. After a moment, the statue's hand suddenly moved. Endless Purgatory, 9th floor. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him, a Yin spiritual qi sword was condensing. Behind him, Yi Ling quietly leaned against him, while Dugu Xian sat at the side, looking at the two siblings. As for the little demon beast, it stared at Yi Xian. It really wanted to slap Yi Xian to death, but it did not dare to do so. After about an hour, the space in front of Yi Xian trembled slightly, following which, a Yin spiritual qi sword condensed. Now, he had condensed 7 Yin spiritual qi swords. Each of the Yin spiritual energy swords was equivalent to a supreme-grade saint weapon. Most importantly, these swords could not be touched. Even supreme beings would be corroded if they touched them. Moreover, this sword was gaseous, extremely light, and used as a flying sword, its speed would be very fast. Yi Xian hurriedly put the sword into the world prison pagoda. He did not dare to let the sword stay outside for too long, because he still could not completely control this Yin spiritual qi sword. Inside the world prison pagoda, Xiao Linger stood in front of the 8 Yin spiritual qi swords, staring coldly at the 8 swords. You guys, be careful, I'm very good at fighting, you know? As she spoke, she raised her little fist. Yi Xian, seeing Yi Xian, Xiao Linger blinked, then turned her head to continue watering her spirit fruit, but from time to time, she would look coldly at the 9 swords, and those swords clearly did not dare to provoke her. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He looked at the 9 Yin spiritual qi swords. With these 9 flying swords, it was equivalent to having another trump card. At this time, Dugu Xian walked over. She glanced at Yi Xian, and softly said, "What do you plan to do next?" Yi Xian grabbed the hand of the sleeping Yi Ling. "Protect you guys." Dugu Xian suddenly sat in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian, and softly said, "Are you willing to call me mother?" Yi Xian's hand trembled slightly. He was silent for a moment, and then said, "Give me some time." Some things, in the end, were difficult to let go of in a short time. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Dugu Xian hurriedly said, Okay. Her face was full of smiles, and there were tears. Yi Xian softly said, "My sister and I grew up in the Yi family, but we know nothing about father, about him." Dugu Xian fell silent. Yi Xian said, "You can't say?" Dugu Xian shook her head. "Mother will tell you about this in the future, okay?" Yi Xian nodded, and as he spoke, he placed Yi Ling in Dugu Xian's arms, and then walked in front of the little demon beast not far away. The little demon beast looked at Yi Xian, its expression calm. It was impossible to tell whether it was happy or angry. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "There are many people who want to kill me, they are all very strong." The little demon beast quietly looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, "From the first time I saw Senior, I knew that Senior is a demon with a very righteous heart. Regarding this kind of thing, Senior will definitely not sit by and do nothing, right?" The little demon beast looked straight at Yi Xian, and its tone was very firm, "I will." As it spoke, it emphasized again, "I really will." Yi Xian's face darkened. This guy is not into the role. The little demon beast walked in front of Yi Xian, and it looked straight at Yi Xian. She is not here, is she? This she was naturally referring to Jian Zizai. Yi Xian nodded. She is not. The little demon beast stared at Yi Xian, and after a moment, it said, "Human, leave this place." As it spoke, it turned to leave, but at this moment, Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Wait, wait." The little demon beast looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "Don't you want to go out?" There was a hint of ridicule in the little demon beast's eyes. "Can you do it?" Yi Xian said, "I can't do it, but my master can." Jian Zizai. The little demon beast narrowed its eyes, and it just looked at Yi Xian. After a long time, it shook its head. "If she sees me, she will only kill me." Yi Xian said, "With me here, she won't." The little demon beast sneered, "How can you guarantee that?" Yi Xian said seriously, "I am her only disciple, and she likes me the most. She will usually listen to my words." The little demon beast looked at Yi Xian. "I really don't understand, you don't even have a god root, and your physique is so ordinary, why would she like you?" Yi Xian, haha. Suddenly, Jian Zizai's loud laughter came from the prison pagoda. "This god race gatekeeper can speak, I will spare it, ha, Yi Xian." At this moment, the little demon beast suddenly said, "I can't go out, but if they enter the 9th floor, I can protect them." Hearing this, Yi Xian was overjoyed, and just as he was about to speak, the little demon beast said, "But there is a condition." Yi Xian said seriously, "Speak." The little demon beast hesitated for a moment, and then said, "If she comes, tell her not to hit me." Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This guy is actually so afraid of Jian Zizai. It seems that what Jian Zizai did in the god race was not as simple as the old man above said. Not only that, but this woman was not simple. Although she was usually very gentle and not very angry, Yi Xian knew that this kind of person was the most terrifying, because once she was angry, it could destroy the world. It was better not to provoke her in the future. With the little demon beast's promise, Yi Xian was slightly relieved. At the very least, as long as Yiling and Dugu Xian did not go out, there would be no problem for the time being. Yi Xian walked to the side and sat down cross-legged, then he took out the Earth God seal and said in a low voice, "Miss Jian, how can I refine this thing?" Jian Zizai said, "Drip a drop of blood." Yi Xian was slightly doubtful. "It's that simple?" "Yes." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "You won't lie to me?" "I won't lie." Yi Xian was speechless. He hesitated. Yi Xian didn't drip a drop of blood directly because Jian Zizai's words were truly quite unreliable. Unfortunately, the god on the 2nd floor refused to answer him. Yi Xian hesitated for a long time. In the end, he dripped a drop of his blood essence onto the Earth God seal. In an instant, a strand of dazzling white light erupted from the Earth God seal, and then it flew directly into the space between Yi Xian's brows. Bang! A powerful aura suddenly swept out from within Yi Xian. At the same time, an illusory figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. In next to no time, the figure condensed into a middle-aged man who wore a dragon robe and a dragon crown. The Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor gazed at Yi Xian, and his voice resounded like a bell. "What is the Earth God seal?" Yi Xian's mind shook, and then he shook his head. "I don't know." The Divine Emperor asked again. "What is the living beings of the world?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he shook his head. "I don't know." The Divine Emperor continued. "What is the living beings of the world?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he shook his head again. "I don't know." The Divine Emperor fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "It's very difficult for me to do this. You should at least know how to be Dao Yi." Yi Xian was speechless. "P.S. I was busy until 1:30. I'm very tired." I want to rest. Chapter 4:12. Yi Xian laughed bitterly when he heard the Divine Emperor. If I know, then I know. If I don't know, then I don't know. How can I lie? The Divine Emperor nodded slightly. That's true. As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian and smiled. Actually, you're not suitable to inherit my inheritance. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Senior, how about this? If I meet a suitable person in the future, then I can pass down this seal and everything I've learned to him. What do you think? The Divine Emperor was slightly stunned, and then he asked, Really? Yi Xian nodded. The Divine Emperor thought for a moment, and then he smiled. Right, the person who passed down this sword technique to you is unfathomable. My inheritance and martial techniques can only be considered as a transitional item to you. Yi Xian shook his head. Senior, I've benefited greatly from your martial techniques as well. Regardless of whether it's the sword Dao or the martial Dao, we can learn from each other. The Divine Emperor smiled. That's true. Remember, you're unable to fully control it with your current strength. Try not to utilize it if you can. Yi Xian nodded. All right. The Divine Emperor raised his right hand slowly. Let me lend you a hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his right hand down lightly towards Yi Xian, and a powerful strand of golden energy instantly surged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and it wasn't long before countless mountains and rivers appeared within his mind. Just like that, Yi Xian gradually calmed down after around 2 hours, and the image of the Divine Emperor had vanished as well. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a golden seal appeared out of thin air. As he gazed at the seal, Yi Xian spoke with slight excitement, Earth God Seal. Huh. The nearby little demon beast glanced at the Earth God Seal in Yi Xian's hand, and its eyes were filled with disdain. It's just an ordinary treasure, and it's one of the lowest treasures in my God clan. Yi Xian kept the Earth God's seal and walked in front of the little demonic beast. Is the God race very impressive? The little monster beast's face was filled with undisguised arrogance. My God race's might shakes the heavens. Who dares not to obey? Yi Xian said calmly, what about now? The little monster beast glared at Yi Xian. If it wasn't for her, when it spoke up to hear, it seemed to have thought of something and didn't dare to continue speaking. Yi Xian said, it's your God race that doesn't want her. Who can you blame? The little demon beast was silent for a moment, then said softly, it was the patriarch who didn't want her. What does that have to do with me? Why did she hit me? There was a tinge of grievance in his tone. Yi Xian asked, do you hate her? The little demon beast lowered its head slightly. After a moment, it shook its head. The divine race is gone. As it spoke, it retreated to the corner. Yi Xian suddenly said, did you just say that my seal is trash? The little demon beast's melancholy was swept away, and it stared at Yi Xian and laughed coldly. Isn't that thing of yours trash? However, what good things could mortals like you possibly have? Yi Xian smiled, I have something good, and it's definitely something that even your God race doesn't have. The little demon beast didn't speak, but its face was filled with ridicule. Yi Xian smiled, let's make a bet. If the thing I take out is something that your God race can't compare to, then you'll give me some of your blood essence. The little demon beast's eyes instantly narrowed when it heard that, and a ferocious glint flickered in its eyes. Mortal, you're thinking of taking my blood essence. Yi Xian smiled. He said, looks like you don't have the guts. The little demon beast said, if the thing you take out is trash, then take those 2 women and leave. Never step foot into this place again. Yi Xian said, it's a deal. The little demon beast sneered, human, you haven't seen much of the world, and you know nothing about my God race. If you knew how powerful my God race is, you would realize how stupid your current actions are. You, At that moment, a sword suddenly appeared in front of it. The little demon beast's voice came to an abrupt halt. At the same time, it retreated rapidly until it retreated to the corner of the wall. It stared at the sword in front of Yi Xian, its eyes filled with fear. Yi Xian said indifferently, "Does your god race have this sword?" The little demon beast was speechless. Yi Xian asked in his heart again, "Miss Jian, please evaluate this sword." Jian Zizai was silent for a moment, then said, "The best of mortals, the pinnacle of swordsmanship, surpassing gods." Yi Xian was stunned, then said softly, "I thought Miss Jian would belittle it." Jian Zizai said, "It's not difficult to admit that others are outstanding. Although she is a mortal, she is stronger than a god." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Then can't you admit that I'm outstanding?" Jian Zizai said, "When I was your age, I killed all the peak experts of the god race by myself. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. It's just that your skin is so thick that I can't do anything about it." Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian decided not to chat with Jian Zizai anymore. This woman didn't know how to chat at all. He withdrew his thoughts and looked at the little demon beast in front of him. At this moment, the little demon beast seemed to be a little nervous. Yi Xian smiled, "How is it? Does the god race have this sword?" The little demon beast stared at Yi Xian. How do you have such a divine item?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Can't you see? I am a peerless genius in swordsmanship. A genius like me, I..." "Stop." The little demon beast suddenly glared at Yi Xian, "Can't you speak properly?" Yi Xian was speechless. The little demon beast pointed at Yi Xian with its little claws, "Your skin is thicker than the scales of the Black Tortoise clan." Yi Xian was expressionless. "Tell me, does your god race have a treasure of this level?" The little demon beast was silent for a moment, then said, "My god race once shook the heavens and ruled over thousands of star fields." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Stop, stop. Don't talk about the glory of the past. Just tell me, does your god race have such a divine item?" The little demon beast's eyes twitched, but it didn't speak. Yi Xian said indifferently, "You come from the noble god race, you can't be a sore loser, right?" The little demon beast was furious. It pointed its claws between its eyebrows, and in an instant, a drop of blood flew in front of Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly put away the drop of blood. As if thinking of something, he looked at the little demon beast. "How does your blood compare to the blood of the dragon race?" The little demon beast coldly looked at Yi Xian, but it didn't speak. Yi Xian shrugged, then retreated to the side, and asked in his heart, "Miss Jian, after I swallow this blood, can it strengthen my body?" Jian Zizai said, "Won't you know if you try?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then directly swallowed the drop of blood. As soon as the blood entered his stomach, a powerful force suddenly spread out from his body. In an instant, he felt as if his internal organs were on fire. It wasn't a feeling, it was already burning. Not far away, the little demon beast was a little dumbfounded. Inside the prison pagoda, Jian Zizai whispered, "This silly child." Yi Xian, at the side, Dugu Xian was burning with anxiety. In the end, she looked at the little demon beast not far away, and the latter said calmly, "My blood is of extreme yang. If he can withstand it, he will naturally gain a lot, but if he can't," at this point, its expression suddenly changed, "if she thinks that I killed him, he can't die, he can't die." As it spoke, it instantly appeared in front of the burning Yi Xian, then pressed its claws on Yi Xian's shoulder. In an instant, a powerful force directly shook off the flames around Yi Xian's body. At the same time, a mysterious force continuously flowed into Yi Xian's body, and began to protect Yi Xian's internal organs, meridians, and bones. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian's body gradually returned to normal. The little demon beast let out a sigh of relief, then retreated to the side. Dugu Xian hurriedly went to hug Yi Xian, but the little demon beast suddenly said, don't touch him, his body is currently undergoing changes. Dugu Xian stopped and looked at Yi Xian on the ground, tears flowing uncontrollably from her eyes. At this moment, the little demon beast suddenly looked up not far away, and there, a middle-aged man walked in. This person was Gu Yao of the Gu family. Behind Gu Yao, there were two old men in white robes, both holding long white staffs in their hands. Their feet were about a foot off the ground, as if they were floating. Seeing the three of them, Dugu Xian hurriedly protected Yi Xian and Yi Ling behind her. The little demon beast looked at Gu Yao and the other two expressionlessly. Gu Yao glanced at Yi Xian lying on the ground, then finally looked at the little demon beast. The Gu family has no intention of becoming enemies with you, sir. I wonder if you can stay out of this matter? The little demon beast crouched in the corner, not saying a word. Gu Yao was silent for a moment, then he waved his right hand, and two purple fruits floated in front of the little demon beast. This is a small token of my appreciation, sir. I hope you will kindly accept it. The little demon beast glanced at the two fruits and was about to take them, when suddenly, a little fellow appeared in front of it. Xiao Ling, Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they saw little Ling, Xiao Ling, grabbed the two purple fruits, then turned around and ran back into the prison pagoda. The little demon beast was dumbfounded. Gu Yao, who was not far away, was also confused. What was that thing? At this moment, an old man in white robes behind him suddenly said, "The spirit of the origin." The spirit of the origin. Hearing this, greed flashed in Gu Yao's eyes, but he quickly hid it. He looked at the little demon beast, and the little demon beast said indifferently, "I don't know her." The corner of Gu Yao's mouth twitched. He hesitated for a moment, then bent his finger, and the two purple fruits floated in front of the little demon beast. At this moment, Xiao Ling, appeared again. Her speed was very fast, and she directly picked up the two fruits and disappeared. The little demon beast was speechless. Gu Yao suddenly disappeared, and went straight for Yi Xian. The moment Gu Yao disappeared, the little demon beast also disappeared. Bang! With a loud explosion, Gu Yao returned to his original place. Gu Yao looked at the little demon beast. What is the meaning of this? The little demon beast glanced at Gu Yao coldly. Get lost. Gu Yao smiled slightly. You too, make your move. As soon as Gu Yao's voice fell, the two old men in white robes behind him suddenly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were already in front of the little demon beast. The little demon beast's expression instantly became fierce, and in the next moment, it slapped in front of it. Boom! A powerful pressure appeared out of thin air, and the two old men were forced to stop, but the next moment, a beam of light directly enveloped the little demon beast. The little demon beast slammed forward, and the beam of light trembled violently, instantly cracking, but did not shatter. One of the old men in white robes turned to look at Gu Yao. Hurry, at most half a quarter of an hour. Gu Yao nodded, and then directly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Dugu Xian was in front of Yi Xian, and just as she was about to make a move, Gu Yao directly grabbed her throat. However, Dugu Xian suddenly disappeared into thin air, and Gu Yao suddenly turned around and slapped down. Boom! Dugu Xian repeatedly retreated, and Gu Yao did not care about Dugu Xian, but grabbed Yi Xian on the ground. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she glared at Gu Yao. Don't even think about hurting my brother. As she said that, she waved her right hand, and a cold air directly rushed to Gu Yao. Gu Yao said angrily, "Get lost." As he said that, he waved his right hand, and the cold air directly collapsed. At this moment, not far away, the beam of light that trapped the little demon beast suddenly collapsed. The two old men were shocked, and directly turned to run. And Gu Yao's face also changed. In a hurry, he grabbed Yi Ling in front of him, turned around, and directly disappeared. Seeing that Yi Ling had been caught, Du Guxian's face changed, and she hurriedly chased out, but Gu Yao and the other two had already disappeared without a trace. Du Guxian was about to chase after them. At this time, a hand pulled her. She turned her head and saw that it was Yi Xian. Yi Xian whispered, "I'll go." Du Guxian hurriedly pulled Yi Xian's hand. "Don't go to the Gu family. The Gu family's foundation is very deep, and there are many strong people. Yi Xian slowly clenched his right hand, and his face was a little twisted. "Touch me, I can, but touch my sister, even if he is a god, I will still kill him." Chapter 413. Watching Yi Xian leave, Du Guxian felt a sudden pain in her heart. She knew that the two of them had suffered a lot over the years. As a parent, the biggest pain was not being able to help their children. Yi Xian left the infinite purgatory. As soon as he showed up outside, a giant light formation locked him in place. Yi Xian stomped on the ground with his right foot, and a sword light shot up from the ground. Boom! That light array shattered instantly. At that moment, an elder appeared in front of Yi Xian. Before he could say anything, an spiritual sword flew out from the sword box on Yi Xian's back. Swoosh! The elder opened his mouth, and his head flew off. Blood gushed out like a fountain. As Yi Xian was about to leave, a black shadow flashed in the distance. Yi Xian pulled out his sword and slashed. Life or death was decided by the sword. As the sword slashed down, the sound of the sword soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart. Boom! The whole sky shook violently, and then, a figure retreated. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian retreated for hundreds of meters. As soon as he stopped, the space under his feet cracked, and the cracks spread out at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian raised his head and saw a man standing not far away. The man was in his 20s, wearing a long robe. He held a long spear in his right hand, which was 9 feet long. It was entirely red, and there was a red tassel on the tip. The man glanced at Yi Xian, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. "Sword genius? Just so." As he spoke, he walked towards Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, I am the prince of the Gu family, Gu Ping. Today, I will." Right then, Yi Xian, who was not far away, suddenly disappeared. In the sky, a sword light flashed like a shooting star. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, Gu Ping's face changed drastically. That sword was so fast. At that moment, Gu Ping stopped underestimating Yi Xian. He gripped his spear tightly and stomped on the ground. Boom! The entire space shook violently. Immediately after, countless flames swept out from the long spear in his hand. In an instant, a sea of fire appeared in front of him. At the same time, he raised his spear and stabbed forward. This stab was like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, capable of piercing through everything. The sword arrived. The sea of fire was instantly torn apart. The spear and the sword met in the most brutal way. Boom! The entire sky shook violently as a human silhouette backed out continuously. It was Gu Ping. Just as Gu Ping was about to retreat, a black sword light flashed past. Yinyang Sword of Qi. In the distance, Gu Ping's pupils shrunk as he threw out a spear attack. Wherever the tip of the spear passed, the space was torn apart. The sword arrived. Qi. The long spear was instantly corroded, and the sword pierced through Gu Ping's throat, causing blood to spurt out. Behind Gu Ping, Yi Xian gently pointed with his finger, and the Yin Qi sword was sucked into the world prison tower. Gu Ping stared straight ahead. "Your sword." At this point, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed horizontally with his sword. Qi. Gu Ping's head was chopped off. Yi Xian stabbed out with his sword, and the sword pierced through Gu Ping's head. In the next second, he disappeared into the vast space. As soon as Yi Xian left, a middle-aged man in a white robe appeared in the field. Behind the middle-aged man stood an old man. The middle-aged man looked at the direction Yi Xian had left in, not saying anything. The elder was a little confused. "Why didn't you do anything?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "This person is not normal." The elder said in a low voice, "He is heading towards the Gu family. He is walking right into a trap. If we don't do anything now, the Gu family will have it easy." The middle-aged man said lightly, "Why would he dare to go to the Gu family?" The elder frowned slightly. "You mean, he has something to rely on?" The middle-aged man nodded. "This person has such a powerful treasure, and yet he is still alive. This is already very unusual. Plus, he was in the 9th level of the endless purgatory. That little beast had killed many powerful warriors from the Gu family and the Dugu family, but he is still alive. Do you think this is normal?" The elder remained silent. The middle-aged man said softly, "The reason why the Nanwu martial school did not do anything is probably because they want to continue watching." As he spoke, he closed his eyes slowly. "Although the treasure is good, it is also a hot potato. Getting it now would be like inviting trouble to ourselves." The elder said in a low voice, "Leader, although this treasure is hot, it could also be a chance for the Beiwu martial school. A chance to surpass the Nanwu martial school, the sacred land, and even the Weiyang Star Palace." The middle-aged man smiled. "Did you see what happened to the Dugu family?" The elder wanted to say something, but the middle-aged man waved his hand lightly. "Let's go to the Gu family and see how this young man is going to deal with them. The 3 saints of the Gu family are not so simple." As he finished, he disappeared into the distant space. The elder hurried to follow him. After an hour, Yi Xian arrived at the Gu family's subsidiary city, Gu City. In front of the city gate, Yi Xian walked slowly. He carried the sword case on his back, his left hand holding the sword, and his right hand holding a bloody head. This head was the head of the Gu family's prince, Gu Ping. As Yi Xian walked to the bottom of the city wall, an elder suddenly appeared in front of him. The elder was about to speak when a sword suddenly flew out of the sword case on Yi Xian's back. Swoosh! The elder's head flew out, and blood splattered everywhere. Very quickly, powerful auras flew out of the city. Soon, more than 30 powerful cultivators appeared in front of Yi Xian. The 30 people were about to attack when a voice suddenly came from the city. "Stand down." As the voice came, a middle-aged man walked out. It was Gu Sickle. Gu Sickle walked not far from Yi Xian and smiled. "I knew you would come." "You." At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Gu Sickle squinted his eyes, clenched his right hand, and threw a punch. Boom! The moment the punch was thrown, Yi Xian's sword stopped a few feet away from him. The space around them twisted. Gu Sickle's right hand suddenly twisted. Boom! Yi Xian, together with his sword, retreated hundreds of feet in an instant. The fairy spirit sword in Yi Xian's hand already had cracks. Gu Sickle looked at Yi Xian. "I have to say, you are indeed a monster. Unfortunately, it is far from enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. The space around Yi Xian shook violently. At the same time, a shadow flashed across the field. Fast. It was so fast that the naked eye could not see it. Even if Yi Xian had the sword eye, he could not see the opponent's speed. He had to give it his all. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly swept out of Yi Xian's body. The moment this aura appeared, the space around him suddenly rippled like water. The god set. Facing a powerful cultivator like Gu Sickle, Yi Xian directly used the god set. The god set. Gu Sickle glanced at the god's set that Yi Xian was wearing, and his expression was quite solemn. "This treasure of yours," as he said this, his pupils suddenly shrank, and then he punched forward, because a sword light was already in front of him. Boom! The sword light shattered. However, the ancient scythe was forced to retreat several hundred feet. Gu Sickle glanced at his right hand. At the moment, there was a deep sword mark on his right fist. Gu Sickle looked up at Yi Xian, his eyes flashing coldly. This time, he did not talk nonsense. He took a step forward and slowly clenched his right hand. In an instant, a powerful force condensed in the palm of his hand. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly held the sword in his right hand. A sword momentum quietly condensed, and at the same time, two kinds of sword essences constantly gathered in the sword in his hand. After a moment of silence, the two suddenly disappeared at the same time. Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. Gu Sickle punched out. Boom! In front of the city gate, an explosion resounded like a clap of thunder, and then the walls of the ancient city collapsed. Not only that, but the ground in the surroundings even cracked in an instant. Yi Xian and Gu Sickle had already returned to their original positions. Around them, the space trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any time. It was extremely frightening. Gu Sickle stared at Yi Xian. He slowly raised his right hand and opened his palm. Around him, countless origin power gathered toward his palm. Gradually, these origin power converged into a long spear in the palm of his hand. The next moment, he gently stomped his right foot. Swoosh! Gu Sickle directly turned into a shadow and disappeared. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. This sword slashed down directly on the tip of the spear, and the two powerful forces converged. Boom! An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. Then, the two men retreated rapidly. In the process of Yi Xian's retreat, a flying sword suddenly flew out from the sword case behind him. When it appeared again, it was already in front of Gu Sickle. This sword appeared extremely abruptly, and Gu Sickle could not avoid it. He pressed his right hand forward and directly blocked the sword with his palm. However, when his right palm had just touched the sword, his face instantly changed. Then, his left hand turned into a palm and slashed at his right wrist. Chi! Half of Gu Sickle's right arm flew out directly. And the half arm that flew out had turned into a pool of black blood. Gu Sickle looked at Yi Xian in the distance, a trace of disbelief in his eyes. "Een spiritual chi. You can actually condense such een spiritual chi into a sword. You." At this moment, behind Yi Xian, a few more swords suddenly flew out. The speed was extremely fast. Seeing this scene, Gu Sickle's face changed greatly, and he retreated rapidly. This retreat directly into the city, and wherever the een spiritual chi swords passed, the space was directly corroded. It was extremely frightening. Finally, after retreating more than 1,000 feet, a golden beam suddenly flashed from the side, extremely fast, and instantly blasted on the een spiritual chi swords of Yi Xian. Boom boom boom. The three een spiritual chi swords were forced to a halt. Yi Xian turned his head to look, and not far to his right, two old men appeared, and the two old men's aura was not weaker than Gu Sickle's. One of the old men stared at Yi Xian and was about to speak, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly shook his head. "Don't say anything. Let's fight to the death. Either I kill you, or you kill me." As his voice fell, his palm suddenly opened, and a dragon whisker quietly flew out. Soon, this dragon whisker disappeared into the vast sky. P.S. I may not update tomorrow. Sorry. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.